take orders to attack. Locked up in chains, I get fed, but the hunger still remains. Not content to live this way, being led by the blind. Got to plan my dispersal, time to leave them all behind. Bringing out my pain, nothing ventured and nothing gained. I'm my own master now, bear the mark of my scars, shedding blood underneath the stars, but I will survive somehow. Born into a pack, there's no choice but take orders to attack. Locked up in chains, I get fed, but the hunger still remains. Not content to live this way, being led by the blind. Got to plan my dispersal, time to leave them all behind. Bringing out of my pain, nothing ventured and nothing gained. I'm my
People of cyberspace, what is going on? How is everybody doing on this day of the week? Woo! Woo indeed. What is up, Will? An OG happy dude and any lurkers out there in cyberspace land? How is everybody doing on this day in which we're currently all doing a thing out here in cyberspace? Yo! How goes it? Allow me to do some teabagging here really quick. Got to steep it away, you know what I'm saying? It goes indeed. It goes indeed. I love that phrasing. Finished leaf duty. It will no longer rake or bag anymore for the rest of the season. I'm here for the duration. I love that. I freaking love that. I was going to do some leaf nonsense today. Kwamikaze88, what is going on? How is it going? It's so great to see you on this day of the week. Hopefully you're doing fantastic on this lovely Tuesday. Yeah, I was going to do some leafing earlier today, but it rained last night, and I have just a mess of leaves that I need to pick up, and I just didn't want to... I've done it before immediately after it rains, and it was a nightmare. It was quite gnarly. So I'm gonna hopefully, assuming it's a little drier tomorrow, get to it all tomorrow. But yeah. Ever wonder how the band plans for their videos? Maybe check out the full version of MK's GoldenEye 007 cover and find out. I love that. Somebody should pin it. Look at that. It has been pinned. It has been straight up pinned in this corner of cyberspace. Will be quite chilly tomorrow. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh well. Tis what it is. That was hot on my tongue. It's rather hot on my tongue. Okay. So, what are we doing here today? Why have we gathered here today? So today, we're wrapping up November 64 with none other than GoldenEye 007. Yeah, so, oh yeah, I do have him. Thank you, Will. I forgot, I put that over here to the side. One second. One second. How rude of me to do something like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what the heck I was thinking here. Like, I forgot we had one more of these. We have one more of these Ninja Turtle, Hello Kitty dealios here. So, this is really important business. So, you know, we got the Leo and the Raphael. We got two Raphaels, as a matter of fact. This one does not want to. There it is. And we got a Donnie. And then we got a Michelangelo. Both of these are cinema rolls. None of them want... Oh, they're helping each other stand up. I love that. Okay, get out of the way, because we have to make way for a new friend. So, I mean, to be honest, like, that Michelangelo is pretty sweet. That would be a pretty cool thing to have here in the set. That Michelangelo right there. But, you know, as long as we don't get a duplicate, I'm okay with it. So let's reach in here. We're gonna open it up in the box as to avoid any spoilers whatsoever. Woo! Come on now. There it is. My fingers have entered the box. Okay. Whoop! Look at that. Weeks and Happy Dude has seen anything Turtles related recently ended at 16 weeks. Wow. 16 whole weeks. We got another Donatello. That's very interesting. We got the purple, like, full-on bandana looking thing there. Look at that. So that's what we got. That's the whole set we got. That was the last one of these little bros here. Cinema roll. And look at that. Look at the whole family. Everyone's falling over. It's fine. It's also the amount of time that it passed since SGDQ. Has it already been that long? That's crazy. That's actually wild. All right. So, what else have we gathered here today to do? Let me reset.
On June 4th,
here.
2024, Michael K said, "Sometime you gotta fly around."
It's true. That is, in fact, a thing you have to do from time to time. I'm what the heck? HE double hockey sticks is happening with my freaking nonsense here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Get out of the way. Move over here. Time flies when you're having fun. That is a thing that occurs out here in cyberspace land. So we've gathered here today. To play some GoldenEye 007. But this is also a double whammy. Okay, I have to freaking fix this. This is chaos. This is actual chaos. Why is this wrapping around here like this? Holy tits McGee, what is going on here? Good gravy pants. Okay. My OCD could not handle that for one moment longer. Okay, we have recovered. We have recovered. Okay, so this is double whammy here because I just today received my Analogue 3D. Actually hits an instrument. Yeah, that whole thing. Anyway, so Happy Dude has some questions. Please slay me with your questions. So, what the heck is this, for those of you who don't know? So, this is an FPGA clone. I'm going to get kind of nerdy here for a moment, but this is an FPGA clone of the Nintendo 64. So, before we talk about this, I want to just kind of like give a brief explanation of what that means. So, traditionally, for the longest time, back in the day when we were wee children and we wanted to play a Super Nintendo game, we obviously there was a period of time where we just plop it in our Super Nintendo. But at some point in time, there came to be software emulation, and so you would get on some incredibly you'd sail the 7 seas, if you know what I'm saying. And you would download a Super Nintendo emulator, and you download some ROMs, and then you'd be able to play Super Nintendo games on your computer. So, that's cool. That's cool, right? So that is software emulation. So basically what that is an application that is designed to take the ROM, which is basically the dump of the cartridge, as the input, and give you the output that you would expect. So it's not actually the console. It is a software representation of what you would expect to receive coming out of the console. Does that make sense? It's a software interpreting the game. Okay. So, oh, you had a question, Happy Dude.
I don't believe you. What?
I don't believe you. So, I know you got an N64, so why make such an expensive purchase? I have no good reason for you, Happy Dude. I literally have no good reason for you other than I'm addicted to hardware, and we will discuss that. We will discuss that as we get into the thing here. But yes, I did buy this. This is not like a review thing or anything like that. So yes, this is my thing that I did in fact purchase. So I wouldn't necessarily say if you wanted to get, let me put it this way. If you wanted to get N64 hardware and you wanted to get RGB and you wanted to get a 4K upscaler, all the stuff that is provided with this, then you're probably looking at something more in the line of like, okay, let's just say you get like a fantastic N64, let's just say you get a great deal, $100. And then you're looking at an RGB cable, which is like, $40 to $140. You want to get a 4K upscaler, and those are rather pricey. You got the RetroTink 4K, which those are $750. You got the RetroTink, I think it's called 4K CE or something like that. I think that's like $500. And then there are a few other. There's one other the Morph 4K. I believe that's about $300, but then you also need the Analogue RGB add-on so that you can handle the RGB stuff. And so I believe that's like $400 after all said and done. So, you know, you're looking at like $500 or something like that to if this is what you were going for, if you wanted to play physical cartridges. So there's that. But anyway, so rewind. Software emulation. So traditionally, that's what software emulation is traditionally. And so then after a handful of years, we encountered consoles that ran software emulation. So like the Retron 5. So that was a system that you could plug in different cartridges, and it actually ran software emulators on it, and so you could play all of your nonsense. It would dump the cartridge onto the console, but it would use software emulation to play the thing. So FPGA emulation came around. I mean, FPGAs have been a thing for a long, long time. So what an FPGA chip is it is a hardware chip that runs logic on it, simulating another piece of hardware. So a use case for this in real life would be if somebody is designing a circuit board. Okay. If somebody is designing a circuit board like this, okay, and as the current flows through this board, then you've got what is going on? Trip well every day. How is it going? I'm sorry, it's choppy for you. I apologize for that. But anyway, so as somebody is designing this board, you know, you can do the best that you can possibly do. But at some point in time, you got to make the board so that you can determine like what needs to be changed on it, how it's functioning, and all that stuff. And so what a lot of hardware developers will do is they will have a really expensive FPGA, a board with an FPGA on it, and they will be able to program that FPGA with all of the logic of this board. And so that chip is acting exactly how this board would act. And so they're able to make hardware changes on the fly with that chip rather than having to physically make a whole nother one of these. Does that make sense? So not too long ago, a handful of years ago, there was an FPGA project that came along called the Mr. FPGA, and basically what it is it's based on an FPGA board that was released, and it allowed it was low cost was the thing. So it was, I mean, it has gone up in price now because they realized that people were buying them left and right, but at the time it was significantly cheaper. And so what happened was people were like, okay, we can actually make this chip play video games, because that's what this community does is come up with other devices to play games on, you know? And so they developed basically what all of that boils down to is, instead of software emulation, a piece of software acting like the input and the output of the piece of hardware, they are able to recreate the logic of the circuit boards inside of the circuit boards, the chips, all that kind of stuff, in basically a programming language, and then that runs on the FPGA chip, and that effectively, if it's done flawlessly, then that chip becomes that piece of hardware, enabling it to it doesn't have to run on a host operating system. It doesn't need any of that kind of stuff. It is that piece of hardware, for better or worse. And so not every, obviously you're still at the limitation of how well the thing was documented, how well the thing was coded, basically. So there's that. But at the end of the day, it allows you to have more accuracy that way. It allows you to, rather than dealing with a host operating system and all this other stuff, you can with the Mister specifically, you have access, like your controllers are actually passing through right into that piece of hardware, right into that core. It's not like it's being handled by some other software or whatever. So that is the FPGA nonsense. I know that's kind of like a crazy explanation of that, but yeah. So this is a system that came out a few days ago by Analogue. So they have made a handful of FPGA-based consoles that are some of them like let me back up here. Happy Dude mentioned the Analogue Pocket. Yes, so the Analogue Pocket is another one of their FPGA consoles. It allows you to play several different types of games. So you can play Game Boy games, Game Boy Advance games, Game Boy Color games, physical cartridges in there. So this is really stuff that's aimed at people who like physical cartridges. If you play, you just want to play ROMs and stuff like that, yeah, there are probably better ways to do it. But, at the end of the day, we got options. We live in a time where there are many, many options to play video games. And I don't think any of them are wrong. The only ones I think are wrong are the people that gatekeep the whole thing, and they say, oh, you're not playing this way, you're doing that, and blah, 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 all that nonsense. So, yeah. We got options. Love that. So, preach indeed. Yes. If you want to plug up your NES via a RF cable into the if your TV even has an RF input on it, plug it in there and just play it all stretched out and just blurry as all get, whatever. You're playing the game how you peckin' want. Exactly. So, all that being said, Analogue has made a handful of different systems, like the Analogue Pocket, like we mentioned earlier. They made like a Genesis clone, a Super Nintendo clone, an NES clone, and then now an N64 clone. And it's one of those things where this is a very niche thing. And does everybody need this? Absolutely not. I personally am addicted to hardware, and I love video game hardware and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, the only thing I'm against most of Analog products is pricing of everything. Analog stuff is around $300. Misters are Misters have the Mister space has changed significantly. I don't know when the last time you looked at it, Happy Dude. You can get a fully decked out Mister for significantly cheaper than they were at the height when everything started taking off. There's somebody that kind of I don't really know the story behind this, but they I have to look up the website, but they basically, it's not using the official Intel board, it's using a clone of that behaves exactly the same way, and they were able to basically cut the price in half doing that. So that's definitely the way to go if for anybody looking into going the Mister route. And the Mister is it's a different thing, right? It's a whole different thing. Like this is a digital console. This only has HDMI output. The Mister, if you get it fully decked out, it has analog output, and you can play it on a CRT. So it low latency, all that kind of stuff. The Mister, man, that thing is absolutely worth the price of admission. But yeah. What, I feel like I missed something else. Here. No. Okay. Whatever. But anyway, so basically this is going to be a little bit of it, and let's just kind of get into it here. Hurl ourselves into this. And I did not show off the controller. That'd be great if I pressed the right button. I did not show off the controller here, but Mr. Cade's, yeah, Mr. Cade's, that is a whole different conversation. The Mr. Cade has the JAMA hardware, the JAMA harness, or not the JAMA adapter for a JAMA harness, and it's a totally different add-on board and all that. So, yeah, at the end of the day, you're gonna end up paying $450 for that. But let's just look this up right now while we're at it. Let's just look this up right now. Let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put this here in the chats for anybody wanting to follow along here. But Retro Remake is the website where you can buy this stuff, and if you they kind of rebranded this as the Mr. Pi. I don't really know why the heck they called it that, because it's kind of confusing. It's not a Raspberry Pi. It has nothing to do with Raspberry Pi, but they called it that. So anyway, but yeah, if you don't want like the whole add-on stuff, like with actually, just kidding. If you do want, let's see, hang on. If you want the whole shebang here, I believe it would be $185 is the whole shebang, and that is if you want like the analog add-ons to be able to play on CRTs and all that kind of stuff. So considering what all you're getting for this, that is pretty reasonable. IMHO. For a while, these were like $400. So at that point, it's like, not so much. But it's hard to recommend that. But at this price, considering what you're getting, it's pretty good. It's sold out right now. But they basically what they do is they do a pre-order, then they fulfill it. They pre-order, fulfill, all that kind of stuff. So. Yeah, and I don't know, there might be a cheaper model, a cheaper bundle somewhere on here that doesn't have the analog out. If you just want the HDMI output, that's probably cheaper. So yeah, so I mean, it is returning to the land of accessible versus how it was. I think like this kind of happened in 2022 where the price just went insane on this device, But yeah, so anyway, okay. So what do we have going on here? I have not really used this thing at all yet, so we're gonna kind of be looking at this together. But I freaking closed my junk, closed my nonsense. It's back. Okay, everything's fine. Okay. So this is again. This is different from software emulation in that a lot of software emulators, it's like two different fields. Okay, so you got something like, for example, the Dolphin emulator on the for the GameCube to play GameCube games on the PC. So if, for example, you run that, you can do stuff like on the fly reconfigure the game to run in widescreen, and so stuff like that, you can upscale these textures and whatever. And so that at that point you're kind of like doing some extra stuff. This device is a lot more limited to the hardware itself, and so it's kind of doing more things that are in line with what the hardware would actually do. With the hang on, how do I get to this nonsense? Oh, my controller disconnected because I've been blabbing on for so long. But speaking of controller, I didn't show this off, but it is modeled after kind of like a modern Xbox Switch controller here, but you got the traditional kind of thumbstick. What is that? I forgot what they call this, but the way it has like the indentations here, like the GameCube and the N64 have, but then it has the C buttons and the A and B buttons, the giant start button. You got L and R, and then both of the these buttons are Z up here. So I have not used this yet, but we'll see how this feels. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so what was I doing? I was going to look at some of these settings in here. So basically, what this device does is it allows you to do things like overclock the hardware. So you're not necessarily manipulating the game in any way beyond making changes to the hardware, like like overclocking the hardware to make things run better, or and I know that in some games when you overclock the hardware, it does speed the game up. So it's one of those things where it's like it's not going to let you or it's going to let you do whatever you want, but it could the mileage may vary on this. So if you overclock it, it may help the frame rate run better. It also may make it run the actual game run faster, which is probably not what we want. But we're going to be playing GoldenEye with these settings here. So we got the expansion pack in. That doesn't matter for GoldenEye, but yeah, it's on. If we wanted to simulate pulling that out of the console, then we would just toggle that off. D-Blur is the N64, something that it has, the actual hardware. It has kind of like an anti-aliasing blur over. It's like somebody smeared Vaseline over everything to kind of make it look a little smoother, but it on modern displays it just kind of translates as looking a little blurry. So I'm actually turning D-Blur off, and I know because my N64, I do have a mod that I can do this on the hardware. Some games this makes it look better, some games this makes it look worse. It's just kind of like a game by game thing. And the cool thing about this is it remembers these settings for each of the games, so that's cool. So when you load up the game the next time, then it does that whole deal. So and then we got Force Original hardware. I know that the timing of this system, it's running at a slightly different clock than the original hardware. So if I'm remembering correctly, when you turn this on, it makes the system, like the N64 runs at like 59.9 hertz or something weird like that, and this runs at 60. And so when you change it to Force Original hardware, it actually runs at that wonky like 59.9 or whatever that clock speed is. So that, and then you got the overclocking settings here. I looked these up. One is, I think one of these overclocks. How many are there? One, two. There are three. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, one of them overclocks the CPU, one of them overclocks the GPU, and then one of them overclocks both. I don't think one overclocks the RAM. But yeah, we're overclocking pieces of hardware in the original system that would not typically run as fast as they are here. So that's why mileage may vary in some of this stuff. So yeah. Okay, so let me stop blabbing on and on and on, and let's dive into this video game here. And I have not played the campaign in GoldenEye. I don't even know. I do not even know. It has been many, many, many years. Many, many years. Wait, I just remembered. Did I? No. I think I forgot to do something. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. Yeah, I didn't save this how I was going to. We're going to actually play this in totally overclocked mode. And I know that some games have an FPS limit on them, a frame rate limit on them. Some don't. So on the games that do, and this is something that's interesting with the N64, how a lot of games just don't run very well, and they just shipped them like that. Like games running at 20 FPS and 15 FPS all over the place, frame rate dipping everywhere. That was just normal back then. That was just normal like then. But yeah, so overclocking the hardware basically allows you to effectively get rid of the frame rate dips, and possibly allows you to get up to 60 FPS on a game. This game does have an FPS cap on it, so it's not going to get up to 60, but I remember from playing this as a kid, there were a lot of frame rate dips in this game, and so especially when there's lots of dudes on the screen blowing stuff up. Start. So this would effectively improve those kind of performance slowdown issues that the game originally had. I know there is the lag was indeed strong with this, for sure. I know there is a patch for this game, but we're not doing that because we're using an actual cartridge. I want to see what this is like with an actual cartridge here. But there is a patched version of GoldenEye that removes that frame rate limit. So, okay, let me try to remember how in the Hickory Dickory Dock to play this video game. Yep. Holy shnikes. It's like I've never played GoldenEye before. Can we just talk about this music for a second, though? Because goodness gracious. This controller, I know I've only been using it for a grand total of 15 seconds, but it does feel pretty nice.
On May 27th, 2025, Michael K. said, "That was hot on my lips. I may never recover."
I think I actually said that earlier today, because it wasn't my lips. It was not my lips that got burned. It was my tongue. You know what I'm saying? I will say the rumble on this feels very nice. The vibrations are very nice on the body parts. It's just like kind of I don't know how to describe it. Just kind of like a warm, you know what I'm saying? Get out of here. I'm literally James Bond. Got to get that Barty armor. How to see where to go. Frick, the soundtrack's so good. This is one of those soundtracks. I know I've said this before. It's one of those soundtracks similar to Turtles in Time, where it takes kind of the motif of the Turtles theme, but in this case, the James Bond theme, and it just kind of incorporates that, just nods to it in every single track throughout the game. And how do I switch weapons? I remember now. That's not the weapon I wanted. This is the weapon that I wanted. All right, I'm gonna do a pew pew. Holy shnikes! Wow! 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 Yep. Yep. In the face. Yeah, got him. Straight up got. So, anyway. Oh, yeah, there's that. B, yep. It's all coming back. It's all coming back to me now. But yeah, so this, I know that a lot of people have a lot of issues with Analogue because, quite frankly, they do some freaking stupid stuff with how they release hardware and whatever. But I do like the products that they make. So I don't have every Analogue system. I have a Mega SG, which is the Genesis clone, which also you can play Game Gear games and Master System games, all those kind of things. We did play when we played Tails Adventure on the Game Gear. That we played that on the Mega SG. That's how we played that on the big screen. So there's that. I have an analog pocket that I actually take with me everywhere I go. If I want to play a video game, I'm not pulling out my phone. I'm pulling out my analog pocket. But the cool thing about the analog pocket, and it's kind of disappointing that the Analog 3D doesn't do this, but the analog pocket, it has cores. So I didn't mention this earlier, but the set of I don't even know how else to say this. The set of instructions that make up a particular piece of hardware, like the N64 or the Super Nintendo, whatever, in FPGA land, people call those cores. So the analog pocket, it actually ships with a handful of cores that, depending on what cartridge you have plugged into the system, it's launching a different core to become that device. But it also has something called Open FPGA, which allows you to put your own cores on there. So I am not an FPGA developer, but there are many people that have ported a lot of cores from the Mister project over to the Analog Pocket. So that's insanely cool to be able to have those cores to take with you. Not every single one is on there, but many of them have been ported over in some form or fashion. So that's P cool, IMHO. It's a very nice little device. Again, let me preface all this by saying this is just this whole thing is kind of a niche thing, right? Because it's like people who want to play whoa. People who want to play original cartridges and stuff like that. It's just a nice little way to do that. But yeah, I have those two systems and this one. And to be honest with you, like do I need this? Absolutely not. I do not need this at all. So we will see if it turns out that I don't want to keep this, then I will trade it for something that I want. You know what I'm saying? Because analog products do actually have some value to them. So there's that. Not gonna scalp, not gonna do the scalping thing, but if it turns out this isn't my jam, then we'll do something else. But I am really liking this controller. This controller, I will absolutely be using this controller with certain games via the Bluetooth adapter that I have for my N64, my actual N64. And I didn't mention that earlier, but the system itself, whenever this is the pairing button here. So you push this, and then you pair a controller to it, and then the controller port lights up when you pair it to it like that. Or you can plug actual N64 controllers into the system here and play them how you would normally do. Because I feel like blasphemy not using a true N64 shaped controller, it kind of does, to be honest with you. I've always felt like this. I'm an interesting category of person. The only objective I have is GTFO, right? Bungee jump, yes, okay. So, yeah, I'm an interesting category of person because I never did not know how to use the N64 controller. It never ever struck me as weird because I had a Nintendo Power subscription back in the day, and Nintendo Power sent out preview VHS tapes occasionally, and one of those that I got was the N64 preview tape, and that basically it showed off Mario 64 Pilot Wings and Shadows of the Empire, and it showed how to use the controller and what the thumbstick could do and all that kind of stuff, which is super duper cool. And so I knew how to use the controller from the instant I saw it, because the first time I saw it was in this VHS video. And so I got it, and I was I loved that controller growing up. It never struck me as being designed for an alien. I know that some people say that. The N64 is not necessarily my favorite system of all time, but I got it in a period of time in my life when I was playing a lot of games. It was before I started getting I did some music stuff, but it was before, I was in band or I was writing music or doing anything like that. I was just taking piano lessons, and that was the only musical thing I was doing at the time. And yeah, so I was playing a lot more games at that point in time in my life. And so these games were not cheap back then. And so you'd get one, and that would be the game that you had for a while. And I've mentioned this a handful of times, but throughout this month, but the N64 for me, it's a very kind of I always loved you could shoot his hat off like that. It's a very November. It reminds me of the Thanksgiving season, which is why we're doing the November 64 thing here. I always think about the Thanksgiving. Oh frick! I was seen in the bathroom. There's this guy. But I got it for my birthday when the year that it came out, and so I was super. It always kind of reminds me of the Thanksgiving season, and also I'd be off of school for a while, a few days. It felt like a while when I was a kid, and I usually my birthday we'd always celebrate it like on Thanksgiving, because my birthday's around Thanksgiving usually, and that's kind of when my whole family's together, and so. Typically, I would get a game for Thanksgiving, which is kind of crazy to say. But, you're there! I switched weapons, and then I shot everything but you. Okay. Oh, you're here, too. But then, I'd get to play a new game for a few days on a long weekend. And so I kind of have some fun childhood memories of that. And I can't remember if I got GoldenEye for Christmas or my birthday. I cannot remember that, but because they both feel very similar to me. But yeah, so GoldenEye is just kind of one of those games that I think about whenever I think about the fall season and all that stuff. So be cool, IMHO. I got mine. Hang on, I'm in a battle. I got mine at a very influential time. I think I got it in '96 when. Oh, hang on. Where's my mouse? Frick, where's my junk? Oh, here it is. I think I got it in '96 when it came out. I was in 8th grade. Question mark. A lifetime ago. Yep, absolutely. I think I was in. I'm pretty sure I was in. Stop this nonsense. I can't remember if I was in 4th grade or 5th grade. I don't remember. I think 4th. Maybe. Okay, anyway. What's going on, Miller Time? How's it going? And Grimaldo, hello. It is so great to see both of you on this day of the week in which we are enjoying this video game from our past. I keep pressing the wrong... Oh, I forgot that I have remote mines here. 4th grade would make sense. Okay. Appreciate you confirming that. I could not do those mathematics on the flies. It's so good. It's so good. Let's just enjoy this for a moment. Woo! It's pretty metal, IMHO. Doing all right. I had to get a new washer and dryer this week. Adulting sucks sometimes. It does, in fact. It does, in fact. I am familiar. So yeah, like there's definitely there's like a whenever like nothing's on the screen, it kind of like the frame rate is actually. Well, I guess it kind of looks like that all the way around. I was watching another review of the Analogue 3D, and I don't remember what game it was, but it was a game that traditionally ran like pooperoo, and whenever you enable the overclocking, it runs at 60 frames per second, which is pretty cuckoo pants. Yeah, Miller time. I'm obsessed with video game hardware, so I pre-ordered one forever ago, and yeah, I wanted to give it a whirl. I figure here's my philosophy with the analog hardware. You know, I have a couple other analog systems. I have an Analog Pocket and an Analog Mega SG. I will never get rid of the Mega SG because they don't make it anymore. It's the white variant, which is actually a lot rarer than the black version, and I think there was like another one that was like kind of more like the color scheme of an actual North American Sega Genesis. But wait, I forgot where I was going. I got to pay more attention to what I'm doing. But I will not be ditching that system because it would be. And I use it to play. I don't use it to play Genesis games. I use it to play Game Gear games on my TV. So yeah, there's that. Locked remotely. Yeah, yeah, I'm not a fan of the purchase of large appliances like that. Although, I mean, you know, when you pick up a good one, pick up a nice one that works pretty well. Ah, don't shoot! Ah! When you pick up a nice one that works pretty well, you know, it just has like all the bells and whistles and stuff. It's pretty nice. It is a little exciting, even though it is a little boring at the same time. My old ones lasted a long time. Yeah, I literally up until when was it? It was 2021 when we bought a new washer and dryer, and up until 2021, and I kid you not. Whoa, your brains were there. I kid you not, but I was using. My wife and I were using my grandparents' washer and dryer that they had the entire time I've been alive. I don't remember what the manufacturing date was, but it was either the late 70s or the early 80s. If I had to guess, it was when they moved into their house, so they were actually from the late 70s, I think. And they were still rocking and rolling, and the only reason that we got rid of them was because one of them, the washing machine stopped working correctly, and in order for me to source a new control board for it, it was going to basically cost as much as a new one, and the dryer was starting to have some major issues and needed new bearings in the barrel and all kinds of stuff. So it was just like, you know, I guess it's time. And also it didn't really make clothes smell that great. And I don't know, it was a whole thing. But point is, they worked very, very well for a long time. What is going on, Coffee Cup Arcade? How's it going? It's so great to see you on this day. Tell me you noticed the Atari VCS All-In Edition in walnut wood grain is only $99 on Amazon right now. Tell me. So I did see this. I saw this. I was curious about this. I was kind of on the fence about getting one. I don't know. And yeah, this basically is like hardware nerd. The stream is what this entire stream is. Me talking. Wait, I forgot which door. Whatever. Let's go over here. but I you know, I love the hardwares, so I honestly don't really have that much experience with the Atari, and it's something that I would love to get into. I do have a Atari 2600. I have an Atari 2600 that was my sister's, like the original wood grain one. The frame rate on this looks pretty nice when you're just kind of cruising around like this. Still definitely kind of dips when, oh frick, when there's a bunch of stuff on the screen, but yeah. Anyway, and then I have an Atari 2600 Junior that a friend of mine gave me, and I got an RGB mod for it, but I haven't installed it yet. It's on my list of things to do, which I actually just yesterday, and I'm still kind of in the process. The other side of the room is kind of in shambles, but I have everything working enough to be able to play this game right now. This is the newer VCS Ryzen computer. Okay, so can you give me... I didn't really follow very much about this thing when it came out. Can you give me like a TLDR of what all I can play with it or play on it, and why it is a thing that I need, because I probably don't need that much convincing, TBH. When it was announced, I was pretty intrigued by it. I thought it looked pretty cool, but then I didn't really follow it, and I didn't really keep up with it. Probably gonna play GoldenEye on my Switch after this stream. Very cool. I have not played GoldenEye on the Switch. Wait a minute. I just realized I have objectives. Smiley face. Rendezvous with 006. Destroy all tanks in the bottling room. Minimize scientist casualties. Yes. Okay, that's fine. Should probably read these before I get started. 006 is down here. I do recall this. Let's talk. Glad you could make it, 007. For England, James. For England, Alex. Or Alec. It was too easy, Alec. Half of everything is luck. And the other half? Fate. I desperately need... This just... that scene right there just made me want to watch GoldenEye again, like the movie. No! It's funny because I played this game actually like a lot before I even watched GoldenEye, so it was pretty cool to watch the movie after playing the game and seeing kind of like all these scenes come to life in the movie. Man, what I wouldn't give for a waist-high thing to duck behind here. Well, freaking point down, fool! Whoa, you're there. Whoa, I just tried to use the right analog stick, which doesn't exist. Okay, let's see. Atari VCS is a Ryzen computer with a Vega 3 GPU, 8 gigs of RAM, and 32 gig drive installed already. It has Atari OS and an app store out of the box. You can also have it boot Windows, Linux, and Steam. Okay. Being careless with those objectives like your rings inside. I am that me. It's fully upgradable. I have 32 gig RAM and 256 gigabyte SSD ready to drop in it. Okay. freaking love all this crazy video game hardware that I don't need. I just love it all so much.
On December 30th, 2024, Michael K said, brand him in the dingle thing.
Brand him? I do not recall this at all in the slightest. You fools! Goodness gracious. Brand him in the dingle thing. No, December 30th. What the heck did I play at the end of the year last year? Was it Home Alone? It would have been the last stream of the year. I don't remember what I played. Is there a reason for me to be in that room? I don't think there is. It just kind of seems like that room just exists for no reason. Frick, I keep pressing the wrong buttons with my fingers. Look at that. Look at all that. Wait, I failed. Frick! Dadgummit! I didn't know that was the exit. Okay, I gotta... Oh, the tanks! Okay. I didn't realize what the... Ooh, the silky frame rate on this. Frick. Dadgummit. When it said tanks in my mind, I had freaking, like... Pew-pew shit tanks in my mind, not... Mother of Pearl. Was Sonic Spinball. What? I do not remember the context of that at all. I am, in fact, running this in overclock mode, yes. Well... This is so weird playing a first-person shooter with just one stick and then using the shoulder button to aim like this. Like it feels crazy. Like I keep on reaching for the phantom right thumbstick to move the camera around, and it's just not, it ain't there. Thought it was a bit smooth. Yeah, it definitely smooths this out quite a bit. The frame rate still isn't consistent, but it definitely smooths it out quite a bit. I will take that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll have to go look at this Atari VCS when I wrap up here, smiley face. Motherless. I don't even know why. It was just a thing that needed to happen in cyberspace. No. Ah! Man, playing GoldenEye just makes me want to play Perfect Dark again. I played about an hour of Perfect Dark, like maybe a month and a half or two ago. Love it. Yeah, I do like, I have, it's weird. I have more nostalgia for GoldenEye than I do Perfect Dark, but as a game, I like Perfect Dark better than GoldenEye. It's a weird, oh frick. It's a weird thing in my brain. Oh, you haven't played Perfect Dark before. Okay. It's funny because I got it as a kid because it was kind of like, touted as basically the sequel to GoldenEye without James Bond. And I didn't really know what I was getting into, and it was just like, I like it because it gets like super, it's very futuristic, but it gets like super sci-fi like pretty quickly, which is pretty cool, and like a lot of the weapons are really cool in it, and all that. So, hello. Should I push? No. I feel like there's an objective, like one of the higher difficulties, where you have to destroy those consoles. Okay, sir. Please depart. Oh, come on. Let me hide over here. Okay, great. Fantastic. Love it, love it, love it. Hello? Or am I supposed to blow these up? I do not remember what the freaking heck I'm supposed to do here. Hello there. Oh, I gotta use the bomb. That's what it is. That's what it is. Is it, okay, it's all coming back to me. I know that somebody is screaming at their monitor right now. Am I supposed to blow... Is there anything over here? Or is it just those? I don't know which ones. Only ever played this game in multiplayer mode. It looks quite fun. That was the big thing with this game to me, was that the multiplayer mode was great because when that was kind of the thing with the N64 in general. Oh, I have kind of just enough here to do a pew pew on all these, I guess. Actually, like, the hand looks pretty good there with freaking heck. Okay, that was absolutely nothing. I really thought that was something. Okay. I must just be confusing when I was a child and I was just trying to blow everything up. Trying to bring the game to a screeching halt. Whoa! See, I guarantee on original hardware that probably would have dipped the frame rate quite a bit, having that many bros all packed in there like that. But like the N64, I remember growing up and like everybody that I knew had one, and so it was like whenever we'd go over to somebody's house, everybody would just kind of bring their controller, and we could play 4-player. That was the thing. So we could play 4-player whatever. And I know that like multi-taps were a thing on like Super Nintendo and NES, whatever. But I never knew anybody that had one of those, and I don't even know how many games actually support those. But it was pretty cool to. Ooh, where are we going here? It was pretty cool to just be able to go over to friends' house and like have 4 players on the screen at once. That was a whole thing. But the story in GoldenEye, it is a really fun campaign. It was fun multiplayer, definitely very fun multiplayer. But the single player mode was great too. 4-player split on a 24-inch color bedroom TV. Everyone's sitting 3 inches from the... Absolutely that. Am I done for? Have I failed the mission? Frick! How do I not remember what to do in this video game? Dadgummit. Was enamored with Shadows of the Empire. I actually played Shadows of the Empire. I'm deceased. This is how I go. For May the 4th this year, I played Shadows of the Empire for a hot minute, and I had a lot of fun with it. It doesn't control very well. The controls have not aged very well, but I don't know, man. I freaking loved that game when I was younger, and when it came out, and you know the Hoth battle. Yes. The Hoth battle with the snow speeder and the AT-ATs and all that stuff. It was amazing. It was so good, so much fun. That was a game. I did not own that as a kid. Oh, I did not own that as a kid. I rented it and I played it at a friend's house. It always amused me in this game how you can shoot somebody's hat off and they just don't know. They just don't. They're just still standing there in the stall. You spend lots of time with my friends playing N64 multiplayer. Yeah, we played a ton of this. Mario Kart 64. What else? Mario Party, definitely Mario Party. Smash Brothers, obviously. Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, the wrestling. Yeah, I literally, right as you said it, Will, it popped in my mind. Played lots of WCW versus NWO World Tour. It's probably the one we played the most of. This control does feel very nice. I'm definitely a fan of the way that you're there. Forgot there were multiple bros hiding out. Definitely a fan of the way that this controller feels. WWF No Mercy. I played that a little bit. Mainly it was WCW versus NWO World Tour for me. What? I always thought it was funny in this game how when you're trying to open a door and you accidentally, like, you're impatient, so you try to open it again and it just kind of goes and you kind of get in this weird limbo of like, is it opening or closing? What is happening? I was definitely NWO Wolfpack, had the black shirt with the red line, wore that thing until I love that. I have a lot of fond memories of watching wrestling with my grandfather, specifically when I was in middle school. He was, we'd always watching on Monday nights, and so I would, my grandparents lived next door to us when I was a kid and while I was growing up, and so I spent a lot of time over there. While just in general, I spent a lot of time over there, and so a lot of times I would do my homework over there, and I would I specifically remember when I was in the 8th grade and I was practicing. For those of you who are members of the MK fam, shout out to the MK fam, and you've seen the musical journey deal. When I was doing those tapes in the 8th grade, a lot of times, specifically on Mondays, I would try to do that stuff as early as possible so that I could be done in time to watch wrestling on Mondays. So I'd be packing up my saxophone while I'm watching wrestling. I remember being at a show at the Pyramid, and they were taping Sunday night on Tuesday and referencing things on Thursday that we hadn't seen yet. That's cool. I don't know exactly. Wait, what was I accessing here? The laboratory area. Okay, destroy all tanks in bottling room. Okay. Used to argue with my mom about staying up late to watch wrestling, especially especially because it always went like 10 minutes over. Yep. It's almost over, Mom. It's almost over. Please, please. I understand. I understand. Oh, my eyes stopped working for a second. Agi, A-J-I. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly. Hello, welcome. What's going on? It's so great to see you. Oh, do not attack, please. Oh, I almost, whew, some good aim. I don't really know what I'm blowing up. I don't think these are tanks. I don't know what the bottling room is. I mean, these are all beakers and stuff. Tank. I don't remember. I do not remember. Is it something in the main room here? Oh, it is those. It is those. That's right. Okay, I remember now. I remember. I knew something like that. Did a blowing upping. Yeah. That is the exit. Okay, let's rendezvous. Hello there. Glad you can make it, 007. Yeah, you do that. I have things to tend to over here. We will continue our discussion. Whoop. There must be a catch to the stream. When someone streams the more fun and stronger games, I don't know. There's no catch here in this corner of cyberspace. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I apologize that's the kind of streams that you've been encountering. But that is not the case here. We're here to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I should do a explode. Finish the job, James. All right, and then he's gonna 9-8. Yeah, bunch of nerds. Take that. Okay, that is everything. Correct. I actually did it. 3rd time's the charm. Okay, we good. Let's get on out of here. Whoa, let's whip it out. Okay. I mean, I guess really the only catch to this stream, honestly, is no B-holes allowed. So, just be cool. Just be cool. Oh frick! Oh frick! Oh frick! Oh frick! Oh frick! Okay. Sometimes it's hard for people to not be b-holes on the internet, but none of that nonsense is allowed here in this corner of cyberspace. Okay. A b-hole free zone. Okay, find plane ignition key, escaping the plane. Suck-a-duck-a-doo. Okay. No one is being a b-hole, happy dude. There have been some people in the past that have been b-holes, and they are unwelcome. They are unwelcome, but definitely nobody here. Everybody here is in the cool person territory. I just like the PP7, you know what I'm saying? Just like a good old PP7. Wow. To be fair, if you shot a monitor like that, if you shot a CRT like that with a gun and you were that close, you'd probably get injured. Okay. I don't know why I tried to open those file cabinets like this was a modern video game where they put those deep, like you have to open every single everything in order to find all the things.
FBI, open up!
Got him. Straight up got. Is there anything over here? Oh. Huh. Well, well, well there, sonny boy. Look at that. How to... frick. Forgot how to shoot. Oh, like this. Kabloom! Bro, come on now. Come on now. Oh, yeah. Whoa! Whoa! Get out of here with that nonsense. I'm literally in a tank. Do not even with me. Okay, let's see. Escape in the plane. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about the sounds that it makes when you run people over in this. It's pretty brutal. Love it. Can I strafe? No. Well, I can move the this. So that's cool. Frick. Come on now. Yeah. Strafing in the tank would be wild. One of my favorite things. So, what am I thinking of? So there's a series of Transformers games. Get me out of here, please, for the love. A series of Transformers games called. Okay. War for Cybertron. I forgot what they're. I think there are 3 of them. There are 2 or 3 of them. It's like they came out for like PS3, 360. No. PS4, 360. Yeah, right. Now I'm forgetting what the heck I'm talking about. At least they don't drag you out. Absolutely that. But anyway, it's cool because when you control the vehicle, when you transform into the vehicle, those games are super satisfying because it's just like a very fluid transformation between bot mode and vehicle mode. But you get to control the vehicle as you would control like the bot mode, and so you can actually do like things like strafing and stuff like that. So like if you were a tank, you could strafe, like you would if you were just on foot. So cool. Power down communications dish, enter base via ventilation tower. Don't mind if I do. Still a little zoom out there. A little zoom out. I wonder if I can. I'm gonna just check this really quick. Can I don't think I can change the. Oh, I can. Let's see how this looks with the de-blur off. So, as you can see in the background there how it kind of changes. Woo! That's rough. Okay, so have deblur off. So this is the way the N64 would render everything with the blur filter kind of on there. So it kind of, as you can see, it kind of like smooths stuff out a little bit. It does make it. It's one of those things where it's on a per game basis. it either looks good or not so great. Wow, those trees are that's deep. I feel like once gamers get to the service level, that's when they started thinking about the multiplayer mode and Oddjob. I loved the single player in this. I didn't have any. My sister is a lot older than me, and so I basically grew up, for all intents and purposes, an only child at home, and we didn't live in that great of an area, so my parents weren't wild about me like roaming the neighborhood and stuff like that, and so I didn't have any like neighborhood friends or anything. So the only time when I played multiplayer stuff was whenever I went over to a friend's house, and usually that was like on like a Friday or something like that. I would go over. I had a friend that I went over to his house. It seemed like all the time. It was always fun. It's always funny looking back at that kind of stuff, because it's like sometimes we would be I'd go over there after school, like during the week, but my mom would pick me up like after a couple of hours. So I'd go over there immediately after school, and school was over at like 3, and then I'd go over there, and then she'd pick me up at like 5 or 5:30 or something like that. So it was like I was only there for like maybe a couple of hours, but it felt so much long. Time is crazy. Time is freaking nuts. It felt so much longer as a kid, and but a lot of the multiplayer stuff that I did was on Fridays with a friend or whatever, and so most of the time I was at home by myself playing single player mode in GoldenEye, and this is one of those that I played a ton by myself, to where I was kind of roaming around. Did I go in this other one, or have I just gone in this one across the way several times? Oh, it's locked, right, okay. But this game specifically, I spent so much time in this game after I beat it, just playing it over and over and over again, and unlocking all the cheats and doing all the objectives, all the special agent and 00 agent, all that kind of stuff. All that stuff. Spent a ton of time doing that, and especially just messing around in the game. We haven't gotten to it yet, and I forgot what the level is called, but there's a level where there's a gigantic. I told this story a couple of weeks ago, I think, but there's this level with this gigantic computer kind of media broadcast room, and I had infinite ammo turned on and all weapons and whatever, and so I had remote mines, and I put them everywhere, all over this room, and I spent at least an hour. It had to have been at least an hour putting all of these all over the room, to the point where I could see them like disappearing. There were so many in the room, and then it was just so satisfying to blow them all up at the same time. The frame rate slowed to like half a frame every 3 seconds, and then I just deceased in the flames, and it was amazing. Yes, Will. It in fact quite. It became. I don't remember how it behaved with all the mines. I feel like it wasn't. The game was not running very well with all those mines. But once I detonated them all, it was just like. I'm surprised the game didn't totally crash. Wow. See, just describe one of my favorite things to do, try to break the game. Indeed. Indeedy McDoodleson. And I don't know. I wasn't like necessarily trying to break the game. I was just like trying to... I don't even know what I was trying to do. You know, nowadays I would consider that trying to break the game. But I don't know. I think it says a lot about the way the game was built that I could do something like that. And it didn't like just totally stop functioning. Huh. I was supposed to use Oddjob against everyone that played this game. It was supposed to be a traditional for those of you Oddjob against anyone, at least first. Especially when this game came out on the silly expansion pack, I had some plans. Yeah, I actually haven't... into the base field. Okay. I actually haven't played GoldenEye on the expansion pack on the Switch. I've been curious. I do have a Switch Online N64 controller, but I have not I used it for other purposes. I use it on actual N64 hardware. I just love the voices. Frick. That's not what you want. Frick. Come on now. Oh, we got that. What's this gun called? Clob. Is that what this is called? Yeah. Can I dual wield clobs? Is that a thing I can do in this corner of cyberspace? How do you get dual wielding stuff? Miller Time, I'm actually using this, the 8-bit dough, frick. The 8-bit dough. This was released with this, and it's kind of like a modern... It's kind of like a modern take on the N64 controller. So you got basically the form factor of like an Xbox controller or a come on now, an Xbox controller or a Switch controller, if this freaking thing would focus. But you got kind of the layout. You got kind of the layout of an N64 controller. So you got, you know, A and B over here. You got the C buttons, the giant start button, the D-pad. You got the thumbstick here. You got L and R, and then both of these function as Z. But this is made to work specifically with the Analogue 3D here. AJI, so this is the Analogue 3D. This is an FPGA recreation of the Nintendo 64 hardware, and it essentially is it has 4K HDMI output, even though I'm streaming in 1080 right now, but I see it as 4K. It has 4K output, and it is essentially N64 hardware, but you can do a few things like overclock the hardware a little bit, and then it has like there's a de-blur that let me go back to the game here. A de-blur option that you can turn on that's pretty much disabling the some of the, and I personally like the sharpness of the de-blur versus how it just kind of looks blurry to me. So I mean, I don't know, to each their own, but I tend to like the sharp pixels thing. It just kind of depends on the game. And I forgot exactly how to describe what the 32-bit color is doing. It has something to do with how the N64 pushes the color palette to the TV, and it's doing something a little bit differently. So, I mean, you can kind of tell a little bit of a difference. I mean, we could compare screenshots and whatever, but we're not gonna. we're not going to get into all that nonsense right now. But yeah, so this is a clone of the it's kind of like a remake of the 64 system, but not fully developed enough yet. Yeah, it's Analogue. They make these systems like this. They're recreations of original hardware, and they have a very, very sleek look to them. There's a black one and a white one, and they're probably going to release other colors, if I had to guess, like translucent colors and whatever. But yeah, anyway, yes. So this is the controller that I'm using, and I actually really like this. It feels very, very comfortable. Does feel kind of weird to not be using a traditional N64 controller, but yeah, it's a nice one. It feels nice. I'm just such a video game hardware nerd. I'm such a nerd in that space, and I love trying new things. And we talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but I love that we live in a time now where if you want to play an old video game like this, you have tons of options. You can, download a software emulator and the ROM and play it. Is this a rocket launcher or grenade launcher? Yeah. Play it on your PC. That's a thing. If you want to take your N64 and plug the composite cable into your TV and play it all stretched out and whatever, that's a thing. If you want to get a Raspberry Pi and you have all the ROMs and all the emulators and all that stuff on there, hook it up to your TV, that's a thing. If you want to do something like this, some combination of original hardware, like original cartridges mixed with like the FPGA clone hardware, that's a thing. If you want to do original hardware like the N64 with like the RGB mod and the upscaler and all that kind of stuff, that's a thing. There's just there's a lot of options, and it really just kind of it kind of just depends on what, or just like in the case of stuff like this, play this on your Switch. I did bring GoldenEye on the expansion pack by mentioning GoldenEye to many gamers, but Nintendo cheated me and us as a whole game. They didn't put the game in the correct way, the game in the correct way enough on the. What do you mean? I don't. I do vaguely remember that there was something that some people were saying about it, but I don't remember exactly what the deal was with it. I don't remember where the heck I'm going. Where is this vent? Via the ventilation tower. The ventilation tower. Does anybody remember where the ventilation tower is? It's probably not in the same place as the dish, right? Who be shooting at me? Come on now. A lot of old games, NES, SNES, N64 were slightly off in the switchbacks, and most things like game physics or basic gameplay is just different format of game. Yeah, and that right there is kind of where software emulation gets a little. Oh yeah. I recall now. Software emulation can be a little wonky. Is stuff like that. Usually, the thing with FPGA-based hardware is the developers of that kind of stuff want to make it as hardware accurate as possible, and software emulation developers kind of want to some of them do, kind of aim for accuracy, but at the same time, a lot of them try to just like they enhance things and change things so the game just behaves differently than it would on original hardware. I want it to be on a Switch cartridge and have online play, online type, regular Switch, but not the type with the 2 binary. Oh, yeah. Eh? Do not you dare. Hey! Picked up a computer room key card. I believe this is that level I was talking about. Yeah, when it comes to a lot of the FPGA stuff, specifically, so the Mister project, and I've played some, I've used the Mister on the stream before. Today I don't have the CRTs on behind me. I'll actually talk about that in a second. But usually when I have the CRTs on behind me, I'm playing something through the Mister. And the cool thing about the Mister is it's like a community project, and so it's similar to a Raspberry Pi approach, but with the whole FPGA kind of emulation. And so so you can load up different cores for different pieces of hardware, and then long story short, it's emulation. Some people get like all up in arms saying like the FPGA thing is not emulation. It's hardware emulation versus software emulation. But kind of the argument is when you have a piece of software that's pretending to be an N64, then it's emulating the Nintendo 64. But when you have an FPGA chip that is effectively running the schematics of the PCB of the piece of hardware, then it becomes that thing. So, I mean, it's whatever. Point is, we're playing video games and enjoying video games that are 20, 30 years old. Who the H? Get on out of here with all that. Whoa. I keep on forgetting which. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no, slappers only. Who in the frick? Alrighty then. Unless it's this. Just realized the GoldenEye film came out 30. Yikes. Was that a grenade? Was that a grenade? Was that a grenade? I think I picked. Oh, I picked it up. Okay, great. I just love pistols in games. Like in Halo 1, when everybody. The pistol was so overpowered in Halo 1, it's wild. They definitely nerfed it in the later games, but in that first game, it's so good. I got pretty good with like sniping with the pistol in Halo 1, and it was just so satisfying. Who? What? It's probably a camera. Oh yeah, this is the room. This is the room. Back to the scene of the crime. Should do a Halo 1 playthrough. Uh-huh. Okay, okay, okay. That could be a cool thing to do. We have not played an Xbox game on the stream yet since I started streaming. So there's that. We are I do on Legendary. Woo! I don't know if I could handle that nowadays. My skills have left the building. But we are going to do a stream probably in January of Steel Battalion on the original Xbox. I gotta figure out kind of a little table setup over here for it, but I did. I mentioned this about a month ago. I traded some stuff, and I was able to get a Steel Battalion controller for the original Xbox. Here's Mr. I'm Invincible himself. Come on now. So I've been trying to get another new...
I am invincible!
Thank you for that, Will. Hang on. Getting behind on chat here. Well, I've been trying to get another new GoldenEye game on the Switch 3. I wanted to... but I'm trying to restore reputation to certain games, but I just feel that the older games, I just feel... and more and more people are just trying to get more excuses not to play. Yeah, I appreciate. That's why, you know, I've said several times on the stream, like I love that we have options to play these old games. I love that we have options to do that, and I love that people are still playing some of these old games. So one of my favorite things. I beat it with my high school best friend, once on co-op, once on legendary. Still one of my top 3 gaming moments ever. We were so one of my favorite gaming moments ever, just single player, not really multiplayer stuff, but single player, was when in Halo 2, when Blow Me Away comes on, when you're about to fight that battle. That is such a good moment in that video game. So good. You got that Mech controller? Yes, I did. 1 second, and I can show it to you, actually. There are foot pedals that go with it. But this is the whole. Ignore this. This is the whole shebang. Look at that. Look at that nonsense. So it's like 40-something buttons on this thing, but it feels so nice to use, and it's just some of these. It's just so satisfying to do all this stuff. I played it for a couple of hours. I wanted to make sure I knew how to use this before I streamed it. Funny story, I'm glad I did, because when, like I said, it has foot pedals, right? And so, first time I played this, I was in the first level for like 30 minutes, and like, I don't know how to freaking move forward in this video game, and I remembered that I forgot to get the pedals when I got the controller. I left them at the store, so I had to go back and get the pedals. But yeah, I was just sitting there like, how the frick do I move forward in this game? I forgot. I don't know how to. What am I supposed to do? What does this video game want me to do? But yeah. So this is the Steel Battalion controller. Always wanted to feel like I'm piloting a gun. Yeah, it's absolutely what it feels like. It's so satisfying to use. Totally overkill, but as we've discussed many times, I'm a hardware nerd, and I just freaking love stuff like this. I always wanted this as a kid, and so to have the opportunity to pick this up, having to trade for it, chef's kiss, absolute chef's kiss. But yeah, so we will we'll play through some of that game in January. That's the plan, at least. And next year, I wanna kind of venture out and do some different hardware streams, because we, to this point, we haven't played any Dreamcast games on stream. We're definitely going to have to. We're going to correct that next month, because we're gonna, as Will suggested, Will coined Dreamcast December, or December Dreamcast. What did we say? Dreamcast December. So we'll be playing some Dreamcast games starting next week. for the duration of the month. So I'm excited about that. But, you know, still, we haven't played any Xbox games. We haven't played any GameCube games. I have a rebuilt Commodore 64 that we have not played. So much. There's so much that's on the agenda for 2026, and I'm excited about it. Okay. Copy GoldenEye key, leave, photograph main video screen. Okay, let's not screw this up. Oh, I didn't realize I had two of these Willy Wonkas in my hands. Whoa. Where's the freaking camera? Do I have to select it in here? Objective B completed. Okay. And then I need to do what now? Copy GoldenEye key and leave original. Where was the GoldenEye key? Was that in that main room? I didn't see anything like that out here. Was it up there? Oh, he does it, right? Yep. Okay, page of GoldenEye key. And where did what's his nuts go? What's his name? Boris? What was his name? I forgot what his name is. Where did he go? Where the heck did he go? Am I supposed to do something? Am I the one that's supposed to copy the thing? No. Do I do it over here? No. Oh, the camera. Good grief. Look at that. Look at that nonsense. Yeah. Take it. You gotta take it, yeah. Oh, I missed what you said. Having so many remakes the same as the with oh, hang on. Whoa, hang on. I missed a lot of stuff. More and more people just trying to get excuses not to play games, like Mario Kart 64, for example. That game came out. That game, almost every gamer is like saying the game sucks now. Bro, I love Mario Kart 64. That's still my favorite Mario Kart game. A lot of gamers have lost a bit of spirit gaming due to having so many remakes of the same game. Then not having original, with not having any scary games as much anymore, having to do games with originality and unpredictability, having to do those games as much. Hey, Morgan's games gamers are aged close to it, and most of them have chosen to stick with newer stuff more, even if it's lamer. Also, you know, it's been that way ever since 2 years before Switch came out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I've my whole life played older games. Like, and I know that I'm definitely in a minority of gamers here that you know play the older stuff. I know that, and I think with the Switch has made older games more accessible. You know, being able to play a lot of that the older stuff like easily, you know, on the console that you have. I appreciate that, and I guess that kind of started with the Wii. Anti-Deep State, what is going on? How's it going? It's so great to see you on this day of the week. I apologize that you were so spooked by my thumbnail. That is very unfortunate. I don't know where our friend went. I don't know if I was supposed to do something and now he's just gone forever and there's nothing that we can do to progress and we just have to give up the ghost and try again, or what is going on here, but you know. It kind of does seem like he's left the building. I don't know. Copy GoldenEye key. I think he's the one that is supposed to copy the key, and he does it via that terminal over there. I wonder if one of these idiots killed him or something. Let's just restart this nonsense. Can I do that on here? No. Sweet. Cool. Ribbon. Get out of my face, sir. I'm just so insanely busy. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's up here. He's freaking up here like a fool. Goodness gracious. Video games, guys. Okay, sir, let's do this. Why did he go up there? That doesn't make any freaking sense. Is this the mainframe terminal? Oh, I guess we're going back this way. Okay. No. Yeah. Please get out of the way. Slappers only up in here. He is, in fact, the I'm invincible guy. I almost murdered him on accident. Okay, come on now. Let's do this. Yes. Is it here? Is this it? Look at those racks. Look at them. Disable the security. Is there a camera in here? Oops! Oops! Oops up my butt. What are you talking about? Come on now, guy. Did we win? Have we done a good job? Mission successful? No, we still have not. What is happening? What in the fool is going on? Okay. Okay. Do I need to do something now that he has accessed the terminal? I feel like it has something to do with this computer, right? Or not? Bro, I do not know what I'm doing with this freaking GoldenEye key. I just remember I used to be able to play these levels so fast.
Stop it. Get some help.
Does anybody know what I'm supposed to do with this? Copy GoldenEye key and leave the original. Do I have to do it here? Is this where I actually do that? And what the heck did he do in this room? He was just like, here. That's probably a more advanced advanced objective thing there. GoldenEye is the scariest game we have in existence in the world right now. Or are these guards acting like shooting you? Yeah, I don't really know. I do not have an answer to that query. Okay, I've been like everywhere in here. I do not know. Look how much ammo I have, though. I love it in this game when you destroy something like the camera, and it's just like the pieces just kind of float there like that. Was there something down this way? The answer's no. Did I do something out of order? Wow, I just reached for the right thumbstick again. Goodness. See, that's the when I'm playing with an actual N64 controller, I don't do that because my brain recognizes it as an N64 controller. But this one feels like a modern controller, so I keep reaching for the right thumbstick. Wait a minute. Do I have to... Hang on. Oh. I see what's happened here. You think they run out of guards eventually? You'd think. Okay. I'm supposed to copy the GoldenEye key and leave yours. Okay, so now I have this. And I'm just going to put the GoldenEye key over there. Okay, and we're back, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, buddy. Get out of my way. I have succeeded in my mission. I have things to do. You need the Michael Bolton cassette tape upgrade for your weapons. Exactly that. What the heck is my water? Ugh. Cyberspace, I'm going to take a very quick break here. I need to find my freaking water bottle. I have no clue what I've done with it, so don't nobody go nowhere. I don't want that. That's fine.
Oh yeah, yeah. Gotta rock it, gotta choose it. I'm hypersonic, ultra cool. Gotta blast off, gotta move it. I'm burning away past cool. Technotronic, freedom fighting. I'm defining super cool. I've got talent, way amazing. I ain't nobody's foe. Gotta rock it, gotta choose it. Gotta blast off, gotta move it. Technotronic, freedom fighting, undefining super cool. I've got talents, way amazing. I ain't nobody's foe. Gotta rock it, gotta choose it. Gotta blast off, gotta move it. Gotta rock it, gotta choose it. I'm hypersonic, ultra cool. Gotta blast off, gotta move it. I'm burning away past cool. Technotronic, freedom fighting. I'm defining super cool.
Alrighty then.
Keep on moving, keep on
Burning way past cool. You know I'm burning way past cool. Okay. This is what the original voice actor Bluescus wanted to do. He had to smile all the time in the show. He got tired of it, so he went and started a band. It was a children's show. You have to smile. I mean, I can definitely see. Smiling can be kind of exhausting. It can definitely be exhausting. When are you and the band going on tour? That's such a great question, Miller Time. That's such a great question. I have been, in all of my free time, I've been laying the foundation to take the show on the road. It is a thing that that is in progress, but we're not there yet. We got a lot of prep work to do to be able to do something like that. But that is one of my goals. That is one of my goals, is for the team to go to get on the road, play some places. And I do plan on, once I kind of get that solidified, doing some of that on the stream. Gonna need holograms or something. Yeah. I'll start working on that. What am I doing? I keep on doing this thing where I don't read the objectives before getting started. Photograph the satellite, minimize scientist casualties. Okay, easy. So the only thing I need to do is photograph satellite and don't be a beehole. Got it. Oh. Smiley face. Got him. Look at all these bros. Bros everywhere. Freaking bros flying out of all of our butts. Good grief. Okay.
Will just donated $5 and said, "Who are you calling a cootie queen, you limp liquor? Hey cyberspace, and Michael KTV's birthday is this week. Happy birthday, man. _ MKTV sax : MKTV yay."
Well, I greatly appreciate that super chat, and I appreciate the birthday wishes. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you for that, and thank you for your presence and all the things. Thank you, Miller Time. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yes, shoot right at the missile in the silo. Yes. Thank you, AJ. Happy birthday. Thank you. Really depressed having to smile all the time. Yeah, it's funny how that is. Funny how that is. Let's ride this GoldenEye game to the end tonight. I don't remember how many missions there are in this game. I'm visualizing it in my mind, and I remember there are several rows. If I didn't have to replay the second level like 3 times. I'm photographing the satellite. Is this a satellite? Kind of seems that it might be some kind of device like that. Or not. Maybe it is in fact just a missile. It's fine. Who actually is firing at me? Please remove. It's just freaking heck. Yep. Picked up a circuit board. think that's another objective, if I'm remembering correctly. Bro, I love that sound. The instrumentation in this soundtrack is so good. I want to put that in a song. Whoa! Whoa! I just shot him in the hand. He'll live. He'll live. My bad, sir. I'm so sorry. What the freaking heck, you fool? Hopefully I wasn't supposed to photograph that. I have full armor. Yeah, it's just so satisfying. Man, I forgot how just like it's just so satisfying. It's just like such a well-designed game. Could understand being a little sad and frustrated about who he was, a bit of a higher. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. Yep, gotta love that. Okay. I've yet to see the satellite dish. This song kind of gives me like StarCraft soundtrack vibes, which is pretty cool. I love that soundtrack. I feel like this is the exit. I feel like that's got to be the exit. And I have not come across a satellite. Oh. Oh, that is what that fool blew up. Dadgummit. Frick. I knew it. I knew it. Where did I put my water bottle? I literally just had my water bottle. What the freaking heck? One moment, please. Acquired. Middle age is getting you, bro. Hey, that last guard, he was a guard. He was indeed. Okay, let's freaking try this again. DSI,
The
because you
current
lost.
DSI count is 686. This is the first of the day. Stick to watching tutorials.
Oh, Clabot, what are we going to do with you? Okay. Okay, there's no satellite in here. Your skills are so sucky they could probably power a small village. But in all seriousness, you could... What the heck? Store's locked! Or is that there? Oh. Eh? Oh yeah, I think that is another objective. Like, you have to pick up several circuit boards or something. Where's the key? Well. Larry, the Batman fan, what is going on? How is it going? It is so great to see you on this day of the week. How's it going? Trying to keep the gears greased. Wow. Interessante. Is one of the best movie games of all time, indeed. Absolutely that. Facts. I feel like this kind of set a different standard for movie games because prior to this, they were not that great. I don't know what this satellite is. I think it's the thing that blew up that I didn't even get to see. First time here, and welcome, Larry. We are so happy to have you here. Content creator here, mainly gaming videos. Very cool. What kind of games do you play? As I try to photograph these guards instead of pew them. Let's fix that. Okay. See, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, Will. But unfortunately, some fool blew it up before I could even see what else was in the room. Frick! Frick! Why do I keep doing this? Yeah? Did somebody... Yeah, okay. Pretty sure it's the only James. There are a few other. There was one. This is the only one that was made by Rare. Rare being, they made like Donkey Kong Country and Diddy Kong Racing. Rare was a freaking powerhouse on the N64.
On August 13th, 2024, Michael K said, "Oh, that was a full-body grilling."
There was one, like, I believe The World Is Not Enough. There was one for that, and there was one for, Die Another Day, maybe, or something like that. There was, I didn't play either one of those, so I don't know their quality, but I've never heard anybody talking about them, so I don't really think they are anything to write home about. It's not this, right? We established it's not this. Yes, okay. But there's those, and there was on the Wii, which I believe it came out on the Wii. There was a kind of like a remake of this game that was done. It was not done by Rare. I remember that Nintendo hyped it up big time, but I don't think it was good. However, I did see that there is a new James Bond game coming out at some point, maybe next year, that based on what I saw looks pretty freaking cool. So I might actually play that, assuming it reviews well. I'd be curious to play some of the other ones that came out. Like the other one that came out on the N64, there are two on the PS1. I'd be curious to check those out, but I cannot imagine that they even remotely. No, do not even remotely capture the magic of this one. Look at that. Okay. Okay, we good. Another game on the N64 that I played a lot, and I don't think it was that great of a game looking back on it. But I played it after GoldenEye, so it kind of tapped into some of the GoldenEye feels, and that is the Mission Impossible game that was based on the first Mission Impossible movie with the famous, like, you know, bungee cord scene and all that stuff. But it was pretty cool being able to do like the face clone thing or the mask, you know, that whole thing. It was pretty cool, and it was similar. It felt similar to this, but it was third person. It was a little. I feel like it was a little more stealthy than GoldenEye is. Okay. Quantum of Solace also turned into a game. Okay. Interesting. I know there was like a James Bond, like a racing game on the PS1. Forgot what that's called. Here's the opposite of that, since we don't have those games. Those gamers playing games as much anymore that we used to play when we grew up. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, it's always interesting, like how yeah, I definitely well, frick. 007 Racing, that's what I'm thinking of. What's up? Oh, look at the objectives again. Rescue hostages. Whoops. Plant tracking bug on helicopter. Nice. Okay. So I've got to do a pew-pew on the guy that's holding the hostage. Dadgummit. Whoa, 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 whoa! At what point do I fail? I think on the harder, like depending on how hard the difficulty is, you have to save more hostages. Frick, this game is so good. Like, once you get used to the way it controls again, after having played, you know, many modern game like FPSs and stuff, it definitely feels very, very nice. You just got to get used to it again. The strafing with the C buttons feels pretty natural, honestly. Oh, frick! Farts! Oh, I freaking killed the hostage. Good grief. Dadgummit. Dadgummit. Oh, I wonder if it's not going to fail me until I get to the very end. Ugh. Yeah! I saved one! Let's get out of here. Hostage released, baby. Get out of here, sir. Yo, yeah. Surprised Sega Dreamcast had no Bond game. You know, that's true. I know that the Dreamcast was just rest in peace. It died before it was ready. It was just a blip. It was just a blip on the radar, unfortunately. Hey. Huh. What inspired me to do YouTube? I appreciate that, Larry. I greatly appreciate that. What inspired me to do YouTube? So I've kind of always, I started. So it's funny. This channel is kind of like a combo, music slash we kind of hang out and play video games here. Definitely just kind of celebrating video games and video game music and all that kind of stuff. But and the algorithm doesn't really like that sometimes, but that's another conversation. But I started doing YouTube videos, covers of songs back in like 2012, 2013. Son, frick, poops, farts. About 2012, 2013, something like that. And I did a handful of like kind of vlog style videos. I did a few song covers, or I did a few vlog style videos where I was just kind of talking about video games. And then I did a few covers, and I loved doing the covers. And I did like four songs. I did Hostage Escaped, baby. What did I do? I did a cover of a Dream Theater song called Wither. For whatever reason, that was my first cover. I basically, it was a vocalless track that I sang over. And then I did a cover of Mega Man 3 with the lyrics by Brental Floss. I did a cover of Battlefield by Jordan Sparks. I did 5. Yeah, I did a cover of Battlefield by Jordan Sparks, and The Power of Love from Back to the Future, and a cover of Time of My Life from Dirty Dancing. But it was like these songs were like all kind of had like video game theme to them. I didn't change the lyrics or really any of the instrument. They were all done with like karaoke tracks. I didn't do any of the music. I just sang on them. And then so I did those songs, and then I stopped doing them. And then in 2018, I think maybe 2018, I discovered a YouTuber named Jonathan Young. That if any of you are into covers on YouTube, you've probably heard of him. He's one of the larger cover YouTubers now. But back then he wasn't as as huge, but still big enough. And so basically the reason why I stopped doing the covers originally is because I have like a lower baritone voice, and most of the songs I wanted to do were higher things. They were sung by higher vocalists, and so it was just kind of discouraging and whatever. And so Jonathan Young has like a lower baritone voice like me, and it kind of inspired me to pick it back up again. And so in 2020, that's when I started the channel. I actually started recording music at the end of 2019. I did 3 songs. I did the Power Rangers theme, I did the DuckTales theme, and I did what is the name of that song? It's on the tip of my tongue. Every time we touch. And did those 3 songs and kind of stagger released them starting in 2020. And then that's kind of when I started the channel, and it was mainly I was just doing music stuff. Where the frick am I going? How do I get out of here? I was mainly just doing music stuff for a couple of years, and then I I also, in between when I stopped doing the covers and when I started doing them again, I was streaming on Twitch and doing some music streaming on Twitch, doing some video game streaming on Twitch, and I always enjoyed doing that. I collect video games and video game hardware and that kind of thing, and I like sharing this stuff with all of you and playing all these games and all this with you. I've spent enough time in my life playing video games by myself, and I just really like hanging out and playing video games with people. It's not really, I don't claim to be the greatest gamer of all time or anything like that. I just, I love and appreciate the art that is video games, both the games and like the art, the music, the visuals, the whole presentation, the whole package. And so I love just hanging out and nerding out about that kind of stuff. And so I started streaming, I don't remember when it was, like the end of 2022 maybe, or was it 2023? Maybe it was 2023. Started streaming on the channel, and here we are. So we stream once a week on Tuesdays. I have plans to start doing some other kind of like ad hoc streams here and there, but I have not gotten around to that yet. Working on over-engineering that as much as possible. Do I just get back on my boat? Is that what I do? Do I just get back on the boat? I want to do some kind of like tinkering streams where I'm kind of like building stuff or working on things, fixing things or whatever. And we're still doing the music thing. I've got a song that I actually was just working on vocals for it yesterday. So that should be out by the end of the year. So yeah, I missed a ton of chat stuff. Let me back up. What's the most frustrated game to take hostages or to save hostages in? I'm so bad at questions like that off the top of my head. Trying to think of some other games. Anything where you have to kind of protect people. Not necessarily. I guess it's not really a hostage thing, but I hate it. The most recent thing that I've hated was Resident Evil 3 Remake. There is this part where you have to, I forgot what his name is. You have to protect what's his nuts while he's doing something, and the game is just not. It's not like a fast-paced kind of first-person shooter kind of situation, and so you end up with this kind of clunky way of you're trying to protect this bro, and there's zombies flying in from all over the place, and it's just a freaking cluster. And if I was playing on PC with a mouse and keyboard, it probably would have been a lot more tolerable. While I was playing with a controller, and it was horribly inaccurate, and it was a whole thing. So I was getting quite triggered about that, but you like comic books? Do you like to collect them? I don't really collect. I love comic books, graphic novels, and all that kind of stuff. I don't really collect them, but I do have some. I've read a ton of Walking Dead. Walking Dead is probably my favorite comic. Like traditional comics, like superhero comics. I'm not really super into that. But I love Walking Dead, and there've been a handful of other series that I've dabbled in, but that's probably the one that I've had the most experience with. Like video games and music, way cool. I do too. I love that. Yes. Though then you will feel right at home here, Larry. Appreciate you being here. I think it's a little different from you're making money from gaming though. But I've been trying to start a Mario Kart 64 tournament. I only found 2 gamers that would for sure join in. They have the heart and the spirit of a real gamer, unlike people playing Pokemon trading card tournaments. Yeah, that's its own thing. When I was younger, I did dabble in the Pokemon card thing. I did have a Pokemon card collection. Pause. Break communications, link to bunker, gain entry to bunker. Okay. I did have a small Pokemon card collection, but I ended up giving it to one of my a student of mine that I was giving drum lessons to many moons ago. Gave away all my Pokemon cards. Now they are just insanely stupid valuable. I never played the card game though. Never once. I liked Pokemon and I liked the cards, and so that was that. Exact opposite 90s card collector to the Magic the Gathering. Oh, nice. Friend of the channel, Zerain, actually does a ton of Magic card stuff. He, I know he has some, but he plays mainly like online now. But last I heard, he was playing that pretty heavily online. I've just never really been a card guy. I love it when you kill them while they're doing the roll and they just like keep doing the roll, like they have to finish that animation before they die. It's just, I've always thought that was funny. Yeah, I'm not, speaking of tournaments, I'm just not really a very competitive kind of gamer. My wife is. She, we used to play PC games together. Like, we used to play a lot of Overwatch together, but I'm just more of like, I want to just chill and kind of enjoy the game. And she's very, very competitive. And I'm just not, and so we do not play Overwatch together anymore. We kind of split ways there. Occasionally we'll play like a 2-player console game, like this or whatever, like It Takes Two. That's a good one, but for the most part, we just. You know, I'm more into like the story-based games, and she's more just competitive all the way. Guard, get it. I know you guys saw it, felt a little bit. Yeah, the slow death animations in this are quite a thing. Whoa, you're there. Do I have 2? No, I don't. Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate, Paul. Like let me put it this way. She doesn't play Overwatch anymore. And Overwatch, that's a whole different conversation. It originally, now it's like a free-to-play kind of thing, but when it first came out, it was, you know, you'd buy the game to play it. So let me put it this way, she's the kind of person, she bought it twice. One copy of the game on one account was for serious competitive purposes, and another copy of the account was specifically just to mess around and play with random people and do whatever. Reason being, she didn't want to, and specifically to play with random people too. So she would only play with very specific people on the competitive account, and then the throwaway account she would, you know, kind of play with whoever. Are you serious? I saw that little flake on the ground, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, that little leaf on the ground there. The one thing, I just reached for the right thumbstick again. Freaking. I really do like this controller, though, even though it's giving me like phantom right thumbstick vibes. It is very comfortable. I actually think I might switch to the other controller here for a second, just to kind of compare it. I think the thumbstick feels really responsive. That is one thing about the N64 thumbstick. Like, it is a very mechanical kind of thumbstick, and so it's hard to replicate that thumbstick for people who are really like do N64 speed runs and stuff like that, and they are really relying on a brand new feeling, very accurate, really accurate N64 thumbstick. And since the N64 thumbstick is so mechanical, they don't, a lot of times when you buy used controllers, they are in not good condition because, people played Mario Party and did this thing, that, and totally destroyed their thumbsticks. What were my objectives? I keep freaking forgetting. Break communications linked to the bunker. Where the heck is that? Modern systems align more. Oh, frick. Modern system alienated more people and more gamers. That's why so many gamers became one-player games instead. The way gaming worked. The other always stopped working with this. Yeah, I did. Let's see. When I was in college, I played a lot of, not like super serious competitive stuff. I mean, I guess like ranked things weren't super huge back then. I'm talking like back in the Gears of War 1, Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 1 days. That's when I was playing stuff like online multiplayer stuff, Halo, that kind of thing. That's really beyond that. That's kind of when I kind of got out of that whole space. And just, and I really was like trying to get better and like kind of practice and stuff. But once I got beyond that, I kind of just stopped caring. I still played some multiplayer stuff. Please do not slay. Please do not slay. I'm gonna die. But I just wasn't as serious about it, and then I've just kind of like slowly drifted away from the online multiplayer thing over the years. I still, I'm one of the the few people I think my age that like I like actually enjoy the craziness that is Fortnite, just because I like the building mechanic. I think it's a very interesting thing. But I'm not wild about Battle Royale, the whole Battle Royale genre of gaming in general. I just don't really like it that much. I like it here and there. I've kind of dabbled in it. But for the most part, I just prefer like the traditional like team deathmatch, capture the flag, all that kind of stuff. Was released. I was playing as gamers that just didn't like the older games as much. Even if I did join them on the old games, I can still tell something wasn't right. Someone who really likes the game, or off that I'm not playing with someone who really likes the game all that much, or as they're trying to make me. Yeah, I can definitely see that, and I think a lot of people are kind of distracted, right? Like it's like they're just not really focused on the game. They're just very distracted by their phone and everything else going on in the room. I've been, over the past couple of months, I've been really trying to reassess my relationship with my phone and kind of get away from it as much as possible. And I know that's kind of becoming the new cool thing to do, but it has nothing to do with that. I just legitimately am trying to stop freaking, like, for example, like stop trying to do two things at once, trying to do this multitasking thing where I'm watching something on a tablet or on my phone or whatever while I'm also playing a game, and it's like I'm not really 100% focused on anything I'm doing because I'm just switching my attention back and forth at 100 miles an hour. And but I'm just trying to be a little bit better about living in the moment, if that makes sense. I do not know where I'm going. Oh, this is cool. Where are these bros coming from? Frick, all over my face. Oh, man. My freaking allergies were so bad the past couple... earlier today, especially. Like, it's the leaves. It's the leaves. The leaves that we have this tree in our yard. It's not a huge tree, but I mean it's definitely like a moderate sized tree. And the problem is it doesn't. A lot of trees, a lot of our neighbors' trees, the leaves just like wake up one day, you know, they're gone. They have completely fallen out, and they are on the ground. Ours is just like this slow burn. And so it's just like this incredibly slow process for the leaves to just fall all the way off. And so a lot of times it's like I'll probably let the leaves sit there for longer than I should because I don't want to have to go out there several times to clean up the leaves because they're not done falling off. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I was going to do it today, but rain, wet leaves, this whole thing, whatever. So I'll probably go out there and clean the leaves up tomorrow. I'm wondering if like legitimately this giant pile of leaves outside of my house right now has made my allergies just go insane. I feel okay right now, but earlier today I was like, frick, I think I'm dying. It's interesting. I don't really get too bad of spring allergies. It's always like the fall for me. It's always like the fall leaf situation is just crazy. Where are these bros coming from? Someone just throw a grenade. Oh, yep. Look at that. Bet you thought you had me there. Okay, what are we doing? Well. What? Spring is worse for me every year. The spring Earth tries to... I understand. There have definitely been some springs where I've had a little bit of allergies, but it's like the fall is always so much worse for me. I mean, I'm just like, you know, the nose drips kind of allergies. Like, frick! Oh, well, look at that. Come on now, come on now, come on now. Yep, this is how it's done. Yep, yep, yep. Take that, you fools. Some of that, some of this, some of these, some of those, baby. Who in the hickory smoked horse beetles? Okay. Who is setting off this freaking alarm? Nice.
On June 3rd, 2025, Michael K. said, "That's Nico Burrito."
Whoa, 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 whoa. Do I have any items I need to know about? Comms room key. Okay, I have... Was there a freaking locked door somewhere? I do not remember for the life of me what I'm supposed to do here. I'm assuming there was some kind of freaking locked door that now I have the key and I gotta go back and find wherever the heck the door was. Please, for the love! Where was that body armor that I did not pick up? I think it was back in that gated area. Bro, these guys are furious that I am here. They are just livid beyond all belief. I believe it was in here. Or either here or the other place over there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yep. Yep. Yep, some of that. They have sunglasses in the night. that did not even occur to me. Oh. Okay. Bro, they are furious. They're like, yo, that Bond bro is out here. Okay. I don't remember. I don't know. Let's see. I just think it's interesting that you have to go to this level twice, right? Was there something locked in here? I don't think there was. Maybe there was. I don't know. Aha! Look at that PVM there. Whoa! I didn't even do that! Freaking thanks! Thanks, bro. Who? I was admiring that PVM there on the table. But, you know, here we are. Okay, now where the heck do I go? Gain entry to the bunker. Wait, oh, that wasn't even what I was supposed to do. Break communications link to the bunker. Where's the communications link? For some reason, it feels so different seeing you destroy computers compared to other players I've seen. I mean, I greatly appreciate old retro hardware, so it actually kind of pains me. It really kind of pains me to do that, but you know. And to be clear, I did not destroy that PVM. I did not do that. That was one of these other fools. Okay, this is nothing. There's nothing here for me to do. What is that flying through the wall? Please leave me be. Is there like health in this game? I don't, or do you just get body armor? I don't remember if you can actually get a health refill. That doesn't really sound familiar to me. Where the H am I going? Okay, this is where we left last time. And we cannot leave that way this time. Okay. There's no map in here, which is, you know, honestly, like that aspect of this hadn't really occurred to me prior to now, that there's no map in GoldenEye. And so you're in like an area like this, and it's like, where the heck am I going? Where is the bunker? Is the bunker... Is this the bunker over here? Probably. Why do I feel like if I go down there... Oh, come on! If I go down there, that's definitely the bunker. Frick, what am I doing? How do I break the communications link to the bunker? Where do I go to do that? I'm running out of health. Communications link to the bunker. I mean, I did everything on the satellite dish. I think. Ugh. Card number 22 might be limping somewhere. I feel that. I feel like I've been in every building, so I've been over here. This is where I got the key and everything. I blew up everything in here. And for some reason, we're setting off alarms again. I just love the bullet sounds in this game, the way the bullets kind of like ricochet off things, and it's very sad. It's very nostalgic. Okay. Oh, I didn't. I was gonna continue talking about this. I totally forgot. But so the other side of my room, the game room side over there is a little bit destroyed, which is why my CRTs are not on in the background like they normally are. But yesterday, I talked about this a few weeks ago, but I've had on my list of things to do to remove some hardware from my my rack on the other side of the room and kind of simplify some things. Let me put it that way, because I've had, wow, who actually, good grief, I had an S-Video switch that I was using. I had a component video switch I was using. I had SCART switches that I was using, and it was kind of, it wasn't a cluster because it all, like, it worked fine and everything, but it was just like way more complicated than it needed to be. And there were some times it required. I have a home assistant server in my house that controls a lot of plugs and different things like that, and so it had a lot going on with that, and there were some aspects of that needed to be updated. I don't want to like get into all that stuff, but I had some stuff on Home Assistant that I was using. I'm using an older version of something, of an integration, because it's no longer supported. It's like, it's this whole thing. And so I wanted to finally update stuff. Like, I've been running this older version for like a couple of years now that I needed to update. And so I wanted to kind of like simplify some things and do that update, and I removed some hardware, I replaced some hardware, I simplified some things. So I have a RetroTink 4K that's my primary upscaler for all of my retro game hardware. And previously I did have multiple inputs going into it. So I had component video going into it. I had SCART going into it, actually via the component input. So there's that. And then I had S-Video going into it over another input and all this stuff. But what I ended up doing was simplifying everything so that I eliminated the S-Video switch, and everything is going into the RetroTink 4K over a single VGA cable and a 3.5 millimeter cable, so for audio. And the RetroTink 4K is amazing because it can accept all of these different inputs over a single input, as long as there's enough enough lines in that cable, if that makes sense, to be able to transmit all of that, whatever the signal is. So it doesn't act. The cable is more of an interface for component, for VGA, for S-video, for composite, or whatever I want to send into it. So, and I was able to clean up. I had so many systems hardwired into my network for no real reason whatsoever. And so I removed several of those and only kept the ones that I really needed. And I just cleaned things up significantly. And so I literally spent the entire day yesterday doing that and rerunning cables and all kinds of stuff. And I finally finished late last night, went to bed. Today, I said I was going to test everything. So I tested every single input and output on this thing. And everything worked. Shockingly, everything worked except for that. And I've got to try and figure out what the heck is going on. Why the signal is not getting over there. But yeah. Bro, I do not know how to cut communications with the freaking bunker. Aye! Grenada! I've been in every one of these places. Surely, if I go in that bunker, it's going to end the level, right? Does anybody in cyberspace know how I cut communication with the bunker? All right, Will. Hope you have a fantastic Thanksgiving as well. Appreciate the birthday wishes and your super chat. Appreciate you being here. Hope you have a literal fantastic rest of your week, and we'll see you in December for Dreamcast December. I'm not sure what we're gonna play yet. Boom. Shakalaka. Love it. Okay, I'm just gonna look this up because I'm not just gonna wander around for all of eternity here. Let's see. Break communicate. When I typed break com, immediately that was the first suggested thing. Got the body armor. Wait, what? Oh, shut up. Shut up. Holy shnikes. What? Hold on. Okay, either... Oh, please for the love. Please for the love. Either... There are two things that are possible here. One, if the guard that destroyed that radio hardware or whatever, if that did not trigger, like since he destroyed it, I'm not able to destroy it, and it didn't trigger the objective completion, that's a thing. Or if maybe, this is what I'm hoping, a piece of it is still on the ground that needs to be destroyed. That is the thing I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that the game is not just busted now and I have to restart this freaking level. Once I figure out where I'm going. This level is like a maze. I just reached for the right thumbstick again. Good grief. Okay. I think this is the right way. Gotta look for the giant satellite dish. Maybe not. This might be the beginning of the level. Kind of appears this is the beginning of the level. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's the beginning of the level. Okay. Turning around. Turning right around here. They are all following me. They're just not thrilled about my presence, but that's fine. That's totally fine. Yeah, da da da. Yeah. Do 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 do. Shing do do skadagoo. Bugada boom boom blagoon goon goo goo goo. Okay, I think we're marching toward the distance here. I think we're making progress. So let's see what's this way. Okay, okay. All right, here's the bunker. That's fine. So we need to backtrack a little. Aha, okay. I'm not going to be a happy camper if I have to replay this. This was like a lot of walking, a lot of clueless walking. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, there it is. Sweet. Jeez. Unbelievable. See, I totally thought that was completely destroyed earlier, that bro destroyed it, and that it was some other objective. So now that is done, wow, I have a lot of ammo. The thing I find comical about GoldenEye and a lot of these older FPSs like this, GoldenEye Perfect Dark, is just think about like when you have all these weapons and the amount of stuff that this bro is carrying around is just wild to me. Like all of these weapons, all this ammo, it's crazy. All right. Huh. Thank you, Kwamikaze. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. But if I hadn't looked this up, then I would have just wandered around forever, probably. Okay, recover CC. How many freaking levels are there in this? Wow, look at all that. So this is the last level here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more levels. Woo! I don't know if I got all that in me, but we'll play a couple more here. Forgot how long this game is, bro. Okay. Begin the escort missions. Hello there. It appears that we are cellmates. Who are you anyway? The name's Bond. James Bond. Oh, Natalia. Charmed to meet you, Natalia. Why have you been locked up? I feel like I'm having some PTSD looking at her and just like the escort missions with her. I'm pretty sure playing GoldenEye was like some of the first. This was like the first time I was exposed to escort missions. For serious. I've met him before. He's a general now in charge of the space weapon program. Wow. Wow. What brings you to Siberia, James Bond? I work for the British government. I'm looking for a stolen helicopter. That's it. That doesn't matter anymore. Why not, Natalia? You are a spy and I'm a traitor. We will be shot. Bummer, bro. I don't think so. I have a cunning plan. Okay. What is the plan? I wish that you would share it with me. The door is locked. Look at that. That's actually pretty yikes there. What the heck is my cunning plan? Do I have a watch? Okay, I keep forgetting that the game doesn't really tell you that. Sorry, it doesn't really tell you that you have these items, or maybe it does, and I'm just hallucinating. I'm not looking. I'm not reading, but that worked well. Why didn't I equip this? I'm really ill. Open this up. Sorry, my bad. I'm gonna go back to doing whatever I was doing in this cell by myself. Nice work. Okay. Get out of here. Stop or I'll shoot. Oh, frick. I'm magnetizing him instead of karate chopping him. Picked up a throwing knife. Love it. All right, Natalia, let's get out of here. The game is actually short, but I think why it might feel long is at times because you have to keep replaying the sub-levels after not winning. Yeah, absolutely. So I have to get a security tape, and I need to just guard her. Okay. Wonder where the heck the security tape is. Whoa, get out of here. We should go to the main controller, and is that where the security tape would be? The fact that she just stands here, you know. Silvio, what is going on? How is it going? It is so great to see you on this day. Yes, this is agent difficulty. It is, in fact. I'm not trying to be a freaking hero here. Just trying to... Ah, dead gummit. Freaking unbelievable. Idiot. Idiot. Just do it. Just end it all. End it all. Good grief. I've lost the will. I've lost the will. Come on now. Okay. That was my bad, Natalia. That was my bad. Good thing I have a way to bring you back to life. These guys shoot like stormtroopers. They sure do. I love that you're standing right in front of him and he's like... I wonder if I can just do this and let her out or whatever. If I actually have to go through that dialogue again. I'm going to try to switch controllers here for a sec. Or in a sec. Here I am. Hey, look at that. All right. Let's turn this one off. And then let's see if I can get this to pair very quickly. I haven't even tested this yet, so I don't even know if this will pair correctly. I don't even know if it's in the right mode. No, it is. Okay, sweet. So, I was playing with... Why did I make it do that? I was playing with the 8-bit Do controller, kind of modern take on the thing. But so this is the controller that I mainly use with my N64. So this is an original Nintendo 64 controller that is modded with a Bluetooth kit. So let's see how this does on here. I guess a burrito is not enough to distract Russian Soviet Union. You know, probably not. UAP Watch, what is going on? How is it going? It's so great to see you here on this day. Yeah, this is actually a this is mainly the controller that I use with when I play N64 games, and it is the wow, that whole thing. Please, Natalia, do not follow me that way. Dadgummit. Okay. The way that she just freaking walks into just the line of fire like that is so obnoxious. Silvio, I agree. I have more nostalgia. Freaking unbelievable. I have more nostalgia for Perfect Dark. I am so dead. Or more nostalgia for GoldenEye, but as a game, I do like I like Perfect Dark more. This game was my first love. Yeah, I played this. The amount of hours that I put into this game when I was a kid was just insane. Just doing absolutely nothing. Doing absolutely nothing. Just trying to blow stuff up. Okay. And I love how that that robot gun thing doesn't shoot her. It is, in fact, a very long level. Natalia, you fool! That was my fault, actually. But oh, give me that. Dadgummit. Yeah, the control stage is, in fact, a very long level. Me and my sister would play multiplayer in Temple with DK mode on rocket launchers only. I love that. Yeah, absolutely that. I had, I always loved playing this with friends, going over to friends' houses and playing some GoldenEye. It was always a cool thing to be able to take my controller over to a friend's house, and you know, everybody would kind of bring their controllers, and we'd have a four-player battle. Dadgummit. Freaking unbelievable. I cannot even with that. I literally cannot even with that. Just... Okay, now I'm starting to remember where the PTSD is coming from. Come on. Can I just, like, restart or something? Or do I have to... Is there no way in this game? Mother of pearl! Mother of pearl! Okay. It is very interesting how you revisit these levels, though, in different ways. I'd like to know where that that security tape is, though. I wonder if it's in that safe in that other room. Yeah. This is it. This is where I go. Oh, no. Or maybe it's over there. Good grief, she is a freaking fool. I totally forgot. Like, it's one thing. Escort missions are one thing, right? When, like I'm thinking of, like, Bioshock Infinite. Okay? You know, like, it's like one giant-ish escort mission. But she at least helps. She at least kind of helps. Why am I not dying? All my body armor. Okay. But in this, Natalia just like, and some of these other games, like, they at least make some kind of effort to stay out of the line of fire. But Natalia literally just walks in front of you. Would one of you please shoot me? Oh my goodness. Good gravy pants. Motherless. Ugh. Okay. Let's try that again. Good grief. It's funny because in the movie, Natalia's really smart and helpful, but in this game, she's dumb. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I was just saying earlier that that playing this makes me want to watch the movie again. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie. Okay. Perfect Dart's a good alternative game to play if you don't like dealing with stronger games as much. Having 10 guards chase you through is different. Yeah, it definitely is a little bit more puzzly than GoldenEye is, I think. But I love the sci-fi aesthetic, the sci-fi story of Perfect Dark. It was so funny when I first got Perfect Dark. You know, it was talked about as kind of the sequel to GoldenEye. Without James Bond. The spiritual sequel to GoldenEye. What is she doing? Could she be any... No! Oh my goodness gracious! Are you actually joking me? What is she doing? Holy shnikes. Why? You freaking fool. Oh. Yes, Bond, you can keep your watch in jail. Good grief. I did not find the security camera tape. Do I go this way? Do I not go this way? Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah? Is that it? Yeah, baby! Okay. Somebody's behind me, somebody's behind me, somebody's behind me. Frick, I need to reload, frick, I need to reload. Mother of pearl, mother of pearl, mother of pearl. Oh my goodness gracious! Frick. I'm not sure if I need to destroy those or not, if the alarm's gonna go off or something. Oh, 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 oh. I just really need that body armor. I just really need it. I just really need it. Okay. Got him. I love how they stand up and show you all the bullets in their chest. Absolutely. Yeah, wow, 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 wow. Okay, let's get back on course here. I don't need to do all this other nonsense. What are they doing? Why? The AI in this game is not too great. Made them do the Matrix. This is where I have to like protect her. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm going to fire. Or it's going to fire. Okay, okay, where do we escape? This way? Oh, I missed it. What happened? She opened the door, I opened the door. Okay. Did he just step up like 7? I didn't see that, but I remember that happening in GoldenEye all the time, so it's not too surprising. Okay. Kill total 65. St. Petersburg. In front on the. Oh wow, we got a lot of objectives here. Okay. What are we doing here? How the heck? Okay. I just need to get in the habit of checking to see what items I have at the beginning of the level. It's a lot of stuff. Rescue Natalia, find flight record. Oh, that's a located contact. So probably can do these in order. Is that statue telling us something? Is this the direction we need to go? I love that these enemies have helmets on. You can shoot their helmet, and then they have like a the mark on the helmet where the bullet hit them. I appreciate that. The only game that could possibly scare me is whoa, what the world? Okay. Ya-da-da-da-da. It feels much more appropriate to be playing GoldenEye with an actual N64 controller. Although I do really like this this other 8BitDo controller. I think, you know, if you want kind of a more modern style controller, that's probably the best one that I've used, honestly. Definitely way different from playing with a traditional N64 controller. But I feel like if I'm playing an N64 game, part of the charm is using the traditional kind of style controller. You're just playing agent mode and I saw a guard jump from that height. That's insanity. really have a lot of memories of this level. I think this is one of my least favorite levels growing up. Didn't play it nearly as much as some of the others. Yeah, I got to figure out what the heck we're going to play next week. So, we right now we're in November 64. So this month we've only been playing Nintendo 64 games. We started off the month playing Blast Corps, and then last week we played Bomberman 64, and now this week we are playing GoldenEye, obviously. But next month, i.e., next week, we're going to be doing Dreamcast December. So I've got to find some Dreamcast games to play. I'm thinking I'm probably going to play the Japanese version of Silvio, I almost played Jet Force Gemini last week. I almost did. But I did not. I will do that next year because I love that game. It's actually one of my wife's favorite games. But yeah, I really want to play that, so I will definitely play that next year. But yeah, so next week we're picking up with Dreamcast games. Power Stone, that is a freaking great game. Yeah, so I'm thinking probably next week we will play the Japanese version of Sonic Adventure 1. That's something that I've been wanting to play. I got it. Wow, that saw blade looks crazy. I picked it up a handful of years ago, and I haven't played it. I know there are some differences between the original Japanese release and the US release. So I definitely want to play that and kind of check it out. But so gonna do that. Star Fox 64 is another game on my list. I'm absolutely going to do that. I'm thinking I kind of want to play Star Fox 64. There was a PC decompile version of that with like upgraded textures and all kinds of stuff. So I definitely, that's on my list of things to do. I'll probably do that next year. But yeah, Power Stone would be a really good one. I've been wanting to play Virtual On. I have the twin sticks for Saturn, and I have an adapter to use the twin sticks, the Saturn twin sticks on the Dreamcast. So I kind of want to do that. I'm not sure that would be a good game to play for an entire stream, so I don't know. But definitely Sonic Adventure 1, Japanese version. Jet Grind Radio, I think, would be a really good one. So we'll probably play that too. Probably won't play Sonic Adventure 2. Kind of want to save that for the future. But I'll have to look and see what other games I have. I really want to kind of try to stick to games that I have physically. That's usually what... usually the games that I play on stream, and by usually I mean yes. The games I play on stream are games that I have physically. I like to use... I don't really like to use emulation as much. Really try to stick to like either original hardware or like FPGA hardware like this or the Mister and that kind of thing. Was listening to the Jet Grind Radio soundtrack the other day. Awesome. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a game that I have it now. I did not have it when I was a kid, but I had a demo disc with Jet Grind Radio on it, and so I played the first level of Jet Grind Radio a ton, and it's so funny. I probably spent just as much time playing demos on the Dreamcast than I did playing the actual games that I owned for the Dreamcast. I played so many demos. I had a lot of fun with. There's a San Francisco Rush game. It's a futuristic San Francisco Rush game. Your car has wings, so you can like fly off of a ramp and hold down a button, and then your wings come out, and then you can do like aerial stunts and that kind of thing. Resident Evil 2 on Dreamcast. I don't have that. Actually, funny story. I did buy Resident Evil 2 on Dreamcast, but it was for a buddy of mine. I gave it to him because he actually Resident Evil 2 is one of his favorite games, so he collects a lot of Resident Evil 2 different variants of it, and I got him the Dreamcast version of that. But yeah, at some point I would like to play Resident Evil 2 on Dreamcast. I think that would be cool. I do have Code Veronica. I have not played it, but I do have Code Veronica, and I have plans. So my relationship with Resident Evil series has been really spotty because when I was younger, I didn't like horror games. I didn't really like horror games until I got into college. Silent Hill was kind of the first horror game that I really fell in love with, and so I played Silent Hill, played Silent Hill 2, and I missed out on, and I didn't have a PS1 until I was a little bit older, so I missed out on a lot of good PS1 games. It's a whole thing. It's a whole discussion, but I say all that to say I'm going to return to the entire Resident Evil series. I've played. So here's what I've played. I've played Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake. I've played Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8. And those are the only Resident Evil games that I've played. So I have not played like the original PS1 games. I played Dino Crisis on PS1 a few years ago, which I love that game. I had so much fun with that game. So similar, but not definitely, not Resident Evil. What about Castlevania? Yeah, I do. I've been slowly making my way through Castlevania games. We played the first one on stream maybe like a year and a half ago. We actually played through Bloodlines in September of this year. So we did that. I want to play through Rondo of Blood. At some point we'll get there, and yeah. So my relationship with Castlevania games is kind of spotty. I know I have not played through Symphony of the Night. I have it. I put a few hours into it, but I keep on. Every time I've started it, I've gotten distracted doing something else, and yeah, I know it's a masterpiece. I need to freaking play it and stop being a dingus, but here we are. Turok N64. It's funny. As a kid, I did not have Turok on the N64. I had it on PC because it came with I got a Voodoo video card, Voodoo graphics card, and it came with Turok of all games. It came with Turok. It came with Interstate 76, which it's similar to Vigilante 8. And it came with a motorcycle game. I don't quite remember what that was. MK Trolley wasn't on the Dreamcast, but it was on the... What was on... Wasn't there a Mortal Kombat game on the Dreamcast? Mortal Kombat Gold, is that what was on the Dreamcast? I don't remember. I actually have a Mortal Kombat. Speaking of Mortal Kombat, I have arcade boards for Mortal Kombat. I have an original Mortal Kombat arcade board. I'll show you guys here since we're just chilling. I don't know where the frick I'm going in this video game. Gold. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. This is an original Mortal Kombat arcade board. Let me zoom out a little bit here. So this is the main board is this bottom one, and then the top one here. This is the soundboard. But this is everything that it takes to play the original Mortal Kombat on an arcade cabinet. So that's a thing. I am absolutely running around in circles, 100%. I fully recognize that. So this is Mortal Kombat 1. I made this this acrylic kind of not case, whatever you want to call it, but yeah. So this is one of my pride and joys. I collect our arcade. Well, I don't really do it so much anymore because they've gotten so insanely expensive. But I have a respectable arcade board collection. And then one moment. I have an Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 arcade board here. So this is a custom case Lions 3 Lions 3D Lions 3. I think it's Lions 3 made this, but it's like a translucent blood red. Just such a fan of that. Love that so much. But yeah, at some point we'll play some arcade games on here. I have an original Ninja Turtles arcade board that I got a really good deal on. I just need to spend some time. I gotta swap out some components on it and fix it. I have everything. I just need to do it. That's something I was going to do on a stream, but haven't gotten around to it yet. So, there's that. Yes, Winamp indeed. Yes. That actually is Winamp running on my computer, by the way. This is actually, you can download a copy of Winamp that will run on modern Windows. So that's how I listen to all the background music on here and all that stuff. So yeah, anyway. And it works very well. It works super solid. But yeah. Okay. Moving right along. Okay. The LimeWire, Kazar, and Napster. I appreciate that. UAP Watch, I appreciate that. Happy to have you here. It's what we do here. We do some music stuff. If you take a look around the channel, I call it chip metal. So it is basically metal, drums, and guitar mixed with sounds from retro video game hardware. That's the sound. Covers of video game music and kind of some like nerd culture kind of music and stuff like that. So do that, and then on Tuesdays we have live streams like this where we just hang out and we play some video games. And I love video games. I collect video games. I love video game hardware. So I one of my favorite things is just kind of like sharing that with everybody. I vaguely remember meeting up with some fool in a shipping container, but I have not seen that. I need to do a better job of looking in these shipping containers. Aha! Good evening. I hate animalities and babyalities. It's so stupid. Yeah, I feel like once we kind of got into some of that, it's like they kind of leaned into the goofiness of Mortal Kombat once they started introducing that stuff. It's like, because like you blow somebody up and it's like, 9 arms and 4 legs fly out of their body. It's just like, it's so comical. Like they really leaned into it. It's kind of like, I think of it kind of like how, Grand Theft Auto is kind of like its own like kind of serious thing, and then you got Saints Row like the 3rd and Saints Row 4 that are like kind of leaning into the goofy aspects of Grand Theft Auto. But yeah, Mortal Kombat 3 when they introduced all that kind of stuff. What did they introduce in 2? I've actually not played 2 as much as I've played 1 and Ultimate 3. Like Sub-Zero turning into a penguin and killing you. How lazy. Yeah, it's like they just totally leaned into the ridiculousness of it. I think it started like only Mortal Kombat 1 SNES now. It's only because I feel like players in OK Legacy Collection are going to be doing maybe Allies and Friendships, which is not, yeah. I think I honestly I have the most fun playing this original Mortal Kombat arcade board, and honestly, after having this arcade board and playing that a good amount, I have a hard time returning to the console ports of Mortal Kombat. Just graphically, they just don't do it for me like the arcade hardware does. Creators of the game did that on purpose because some companies were complaining how violent the games were, so they kept trying to tone it down with the new game, which sucked in a way. Yeah, I went to a convention a couple of years ago. I got a Mortal Kombat marquee signed by the brothers that were heavily involved in the first two games. One of them played all of the ninjas and Johnny Cage, and the other one was Raiden. And it was just so. I went to like a panel that they did, and it was just so funny. Frick! I lost our bro. I lost him. Where did he go? Freaking heck. They did a panel and they talked about a lot of the making of the game, and it's funny because it was a whole lot of like just ridiculous stuff. Like they would be first of all the motion and stuff that the motion capture, whatever you call it, the sprite work, the capture of all that. They filmed all that stuff. Yeah, the Pacina brothers. Yep. They filmed all that stuff in a storage unit, and so they were doing all of these stunts landing on a concrete floor, like insane. But it's like they had so many funny stories about how they came up with fatalities, and one of them specifically I thought was really funny was there's a fatality that Sonya has where she blows a kiss, and then the guy like the other character will burn up. And it's funny because they originally pitched it as Sonya would kiss the other player, and the director of the game was like, no, we can't do that. That's gonna even though this game has all the blood and violence or whatever, that's gonna push it over the edge. It's gonna get an AO adults only rating because there's kissing in it. So to offset that, that's how they did the kiss blow thing. So it's just like funny stuff like that. They just coming up with all this ridiculous stuff. Mortal Kombat 2 SNES is technically second scariest game. Would have been good press if they got an AO rating and they patched it. Yeah. It was just so funny to hear them talk about it, though, because they were saying, like, you're telling me that this game has all of this blood, and literally, this bro rips this guy's heart out. This guy's bleeding heart out, but Sonya can't just like smooch the other character on the cheek or something. It's just kind of like, okay. Okay, I do not know where the freaking heck I'm going. Because I lost track of our friend. At least I did one objective, right? Confront and unmask. I don't know where. I haven't seen where in the world that is. Okay, this is where he came out, and then he walked this way. Mortal Kombat 1 looks like one of the most oldest games ever. Yeah, I mean, I will say the arcade version looks a lot better visually than the home console ports do. So there's that. Did he go? I think he went this way. Who in the H? Okay. Good grief. Get out of here with all that. I'm going to decease. I did not see where the heck he went. Is he like freaking hiding somewhere? Bro, I do not know what I'm doing in this video. Oh. Apparently, I do know what I'm doing in this video. 3 minutes till helicopter bomb explodes. Okay, everybody calm down for a second. Oh, what? Is it because I shot at him? Okay, I guess it's because I shot at him. Oh, Silvio, I did not see your chat until just now. Okay, somebody just shoot me so I can redo this. We'll give this one more go. I need to start landing the plane here. Yeah, that'll do with that there shotgun. You shot the sheriff. Okay, I thought I was being attacked, and so I just started freaking out and, you know, just flailing my gun around as you do. Okay. Now we kind of know where to go. Not really, but the SNES and N64 versions of games are just scarier than the other versions of games. Okay. Street Fighter 1 is a baby compared to Mortal Kombat 1. I have kind of always been, when I was younger, I played a lot, not a lot, but a good amount of Street Fighter with a friend of mine, but I never really got super good at it. Here's my relationship with fighting games is that I really like them. I have a lot of fun with them, but I'm really not that great at them. Bond just disappeared through that platform. Hello there. I remember you. Growing up, I was always better at kind of the 3D fighting games like Virtua Fighter or Soul Calibur, stuff like that. As I've gotten older, I've returned to stuff like the original Mortal Kombat, and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and all that. But I've gotten a lot better at them as an adult, but I'm still not that great. Oh, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is one of my favorites. I guess that was more of the traditional 2D style fighting game. I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and the original Marvel vs. Capcom a ton when they came out. Mario 64 is one of my favorite video games of all time. It's always so interesting to play other N64 games, and like Mario 64 was a launch game for the N64, and they absolutely nailed the analog controls. And to play a lot of 3D games following Mario 64, and they totally borked it. Like, you know, it doesn't play anywhere near as well as Mario 64. You know, and it's just so interesting to me. It's so interesting to me that the game, or the console, literally launched with, like, and the game is not perfect by any means, but just like, the way it controls is, to me, is like a gold standard for 3D gaming. Like, it blows my mind that they freaking nailed it immediately out the gate. You know, it blows my mind. And yeah, the game has issues. The camera is not great, but it freaking holds up in the control department 100%. And especially like all the details that they added in with the analog stick, and how he kind of tiptoes, and how he'll walk and run, and all the different moves and stuff that you have in the game. It's just so good. It's just so good. See, I'm the opposite, Silvio. I love Mario Kart 64, but I do like Diddy Kong Racing better, just because I love the adventure mode so much in that game. I wish that they still did stuff like that. Like, if freaking Mario Kart World had an adventure mode instead of whatever the heck they were trying to do with the overworld thing, it would have just melted my brain. I would have been unable to comprehend the greatness of that. Does he just leave? Am I just following him for no reason whatsoever? I think that's what's happening here. Dadgummit. But I like both of those, Mario Kart 64 and Diddy Kong Racing, for different reasons. But the adventure mode was everything to me in Diddy Kong Racing. And just unlocking all the different characters and maps and stuff, but yeah. But I can definitely see how it somebody wouldn't like it, 100%. What am I shooting at? I want to return to Donkey Kong 64 at some point. I never beat that as a kid. When I got it, I didn't play it a whole lot when I got it. I put a handful of hours into it and kind of got distracted by something else and stopped playing it. And then I came back to it like maybe a few years later, and I don't know, I probably put like 15, 16 hours into it, but I didn't beat it. So I'd really like to revisit that one, see how that holds up. Donkey Kong Country 2 specifically is another one of my favorite games of all time. So let me just list off. I have my top 6 favorite games of all time. And three of them are kind of interchangeable, really. So kind of in the 6, 5, and 4 slot, Donkey Kong Country 2. Okay, hang on. Let's not mess this up. Everybody, just hold on for a second. So, like, I failed again. Why am I... What? 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 Was I just not supposed to kill that other guy? Or did I kill the wrong guy again? Frick! Turtles in Time is definitely... It's not in my top 6, but it is one of my favorite on the Super Nintendo, and I do like the Super Nintendo way more than the arcade version. I think it's way better. Oh, I freaking... Good grief. Oh, I keep doing this. Okay, just slay me. We're going to do this one more time. We're going to do this one more time. One more time. Okay. Okay, but yeah, so in the 6, 5, and 4 slot for me, and I have a really hard time actually properly putting these in kind of an order. Honestly, I'd probably put Donkey Kong Country 2 in slot 6, probably. And then 5 and 4 are kind of... I kind of go back and forth, so I always say that they're kind of interchangeable. But Chrono Trigger and Super Mario RPG. Those are kind of 5 and 6, or no, 5 and 4 territory. Okay, we're gonna let him vent this time, but it's not. And then in slot 3 is Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo 64 Entertainment System, and then number 2. This probably surprised a lot of people. Mega Man X4. I freaking love that game so much. It's actually insane how much I love that game. And then my favorite game of all time. And a lot of this, to be honest with you, a lot of this is like really not. I really like these games, but and I do think they are great games. But the nostalgia aspect of it just makes it where nothing is ever going to dethrone these. But my favorite game of all time is Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Sonic 3, the full Sonic 3 package. Sonic 2, yeah, and I love Sonic 2 as well. Sonic 2 is a phenomenal game. And I think Sonic Mania is a phenomenal game as well. I think that's the best Sonic game that's come out in a very, very long time. Yeah, the Sonic 2 soundtrack is actual living, breathing fire. And so is a lot of the Sonic 3 and Knuckles soundtrack, too. Oh, get out of here. I love it when they fall up a hill like that. That's just so great. So good. Okay, let's try this again. I'm not going to do anything crazy. Everything about this is fantastic. Good evening. Put the gun away. Oh, now I see why. Am I the only one who ever liked Pilot? Which Pilot Wings? I love Pilot Wings 64. I played that a lot as a kid. And I did really like the original, the Super Nintendo version. I did really like the original Pilot Wings on Super Nintendo. Those are the only two I've played. I haven't played the 3DS one or whatever, but I do really like the Super Nintendo one. I was kind of young when I played it. I did dabble in it a good bit, but it was a little difficult for. I would like to return to it as an adult and see how it is, but okay. Smart kids play Pilot Wings. Dadgummit. Okay. Locate helicopter. Can I slay all these bros now? Okay. Yep. Boom, shakalaka. Okay, where is the helicopter? Is it it's probably by that gate, right? Maybe. I haven't even seen the helicopter in this freaking maze. This is where I came from. Can I go this other way over here? Duke Nukem. Woo! It's a good one. It's a good one. When I saw the Sonic 2 commercial, and even when I saw the cartridge for the first time, I knew the game was going to be short, but I thought that the game would at least have a lot of speed. Yeah, 100%. I love playing through Sonic 2. I honestly, it's interesting because a lot of times I love return. I have a more fun time returning to Sonic 2 and doing a quick playthrough of that than I do playing through Sonic 3 and Knuckles, even though that is my favorite game. So, yeah. Go straight along the left side of the map. Okay. Am I, like, totally screwed now? Have I just completely gone the wrong way? This is the only place I could think of that a helicopter would exist. But yeah, baby. Why is she just there? I hope she's behind me. I just freaking hope she's behind me. Is she behind me? Is this idiot behind me? Is this fool? Holy shnikes. Okay. Okay. See, here's the thing about Sonic games. And I feel like this is where a lot of Sonic games, like actually official Sonic games, get it wrong. It's like it's not really about the speed. It's like the speed is a reward for a lot of the other stuff that you do. I feel like a lot of the more modern Sonic games, it's very much so. Where am I supposed to get this recorder from? You just get to go fast the whole time, which is cool. It's kind of in its own thing. Find flight. Where's the flight recorder? Would it be on the ground around here or something? And then a lot of Sonic levels, if they're designed properly, the top area is kind of the more it's if you know what you're doing, you can really blast through the top area. You get rewarded by learning the level, and you have you can just skill your way through the top of the level, and then the bottom of the level, which is where you would fall to if you can't hang up top. Frick. Is a whole lot slower paced. Like, it's where you fall into the water and stuff like that. I have no clue. Where am I supposed to find the flight recorder? I feel like that would be around where the helicopter was, but here we are. I will say Sonic 2 is way... There we go. Why is it there? That's so random. Sonic 2 is way faster than Sonic 1. Like, I actually don't really... I would consider myself a Sonic fan. Should I... What am I in trouble? Some questions. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Most you care to lead the way to military. Ooh. There's a truck waiting outside. Look at that. Oh. I say, why isn't this opening? But yeah, I don't really like Sonic 1 too much. I mean, it definitely has some nostalgia for it, but I don't really like returning to it as much. So there's that. All right, so that's gonna do it for the evening. This was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun returning to GoldenEye and playing through. This is I have not played that much through GoldenEye in a long time, probably since I was a kid, to be honest with you. I've definitely dabbled in GoldenEye over the years, playing it with friends in multiplayer mode, but have not done the campaign stuff. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, dude. I just ran to the wash. If you shot, then that would have been tragic. That would have been horrific. I'm yeah, but yeah, I had a lot of fun with this, and yeah, so I really like the Analogue 3D here. This is a really cool piece of hardware. I like the overclocking ability that it has, that you can kind of... This, I don't really think it benefited as much from the overclocking as some other games. I know that the Mystical Ninja game, I know that one, it doesn't run super well on original N64 hardware, but on the Analogue 3D with the overclocking, it definitely helps with the frame rate quite a bit. So I don't know. It kind of depends on the game if playing it on this makes sense. And again, this was kind of I'm a hardware nerd. I love video game hardware and retro technology and computers and stuff like that. And so I had to pick one of these up and play with it for a while. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to keep it in the collection and keep it in my permanent setup or anything on the other side of the room. But if it turns out that I want to trade it for something else, that's totally a thing. But yeah, I appreciate each of you hanging out with us tonight and accompanying me through this journey that is GoldenEye 007. When you on next? We stream every Tuesday night starting at 6:30 p.m. Central Time, and we just play a variety of stuff. Sometimes we'll play all the way through a game. Sometimes we won't. Sometimes we'll just play a game each stream. So this is one of those kind of one-off streams. So just playing GoldenEye for today. So next week begins December, and we're gonna be in Dreamcast December. So we'll probably play Sonic Adventure, the Japanese version of Sonic Adventure, a week from today, on Tuesday, and get into all that. So I appreciate that, UP Watch. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being here, and everybody for hanging out. This was a good stream. It's fun. It's fun hanging out with people, talking about these old games, and maybe let's see some Zelda next year. Maybe we will we'll do some Zelda. But there are definitely some other N64 games that I want to get back to, and next year I want to kind of I want to get into some of the more niche kind of stuff. I want to do a Commodore 64 stream and play some Commodore 64 games. I want to do a Jaguar stream, play some Jag. I just recently, I was talking about this earlier, but I did a trade, and I was able to snag a Steel Battalion controller for the original Xbox. So in January, we're going to do a Steel Battalion stream and play some of that. I'm really looking forward to investing some time into that game. Always wanted to play that game. But yeah, and we're just gonna dabble in some more niche stuff and all that. But everybody, I hope you have a fantastic fantastic rest of your week. And if you have some vacation days, if you're in the U.S. here and doing the Thanksgiving thing, hope you have a fantastic Thanksgiving, fantastic rest of your week. And I'll see you all very, very soon. 1 week from today, to be more precise, for some Michael KTV. Deuces.